Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold. A reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truths will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show.
Hello. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the 28th episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are particularly well this Friday. It could be Saturday where you are, but whatever day of the week it is, I do hope you are particularly well. And this show today is again about UFOs, UAPs, aliens, you know, life out there in this cosmos somewhere else other than here, about anything of that sort. You know, what the hell is going on is generally the topic here. I don't know what's going on, so hopefully you will be able to tell me. The link is in chat there. If you want to join, do say hello in the comment section if you are around. And we already have King Capricornio, who gives me an emoji-filled communication. As usual, I appreciate it, King Capricornio. I have no idea what it means. There's a spring chicken, I believe. Is that, what the hell is that thing? I can't see it very well. I have no idea what that is in the number 2. I mean, it looks like a croissant. It could be the crescent of the moon. or it could be a malformed arm. And there's a UFO as well there, Capricornio. So perhaps you could translate that into English, if you play. So yeah, the link is in chat. If you want to come on here and talk, do that. That's what it's for. I mean, you guys asked for it, so you better. Otherwise, it's going to be a complete Haynes. I'll get rid of this owl. And yes, we already have somebody here. I believe it's Tyler. Tyler, how are you doing, sir?
Doing all right.
Tyler, do you believe in aliens or UFOs? Are they
Nah.
visiting us? Nah.
Hieroglyphics talked about them.
Sorry, say
I
that
don't
again,
believe
brother.
them. Hieroglyphics talked about them. There's a book in the Bible that talks about them. I don't believe them. I mean, no.
You personally don't believe them. That's interesting. You saying that the hieroglyphics mention them. I mean, I've heard that as well. I can't quite remember what exactly, but you know, some people say that there's UFOs in the hieroglyphics, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the Aztec, Mayan pyramids too. But no, I think it's I won't. Yeah, I don't. I'm not a. Well, what am I trying to say? What is
You're
it
not a
like?
believer.
Well, no, I mean, I believe in the I believe in the Fermi paradox. I just don't
Yeah.
believe in do you know who Robert Cassar? Like, I mean, is this like the no name game? All right, it's a no name
No, you
game.
can say that.
Ready, set, go. 3, 2, 1. No, like I don't believe news networks that post all this stuff or like philosophers that talk about I own a particle accelerator in my bedroom because gray aliens, is it gray or is it like gray? I don't know how it goes. Like, well, whatever. Like, is it 50 Shades of Gray or is it gray
Who knows?
matter aliens? Well, yeah, that they saw them on the moon or that they saw 50 trials of like radioactive, $30,000 special, Rockefeller, not a name.
Right. Tyler, brother.
Yeah, kick me off.
No, I'm
Seriously,
not
I got to
kicking
get
you off.
on. I got to get on. I got this podcast. It's called Trans Sexualism Podcast. The Exploring Transsexualism Podcast.
Right.
Did you?
You got to be
Yeah.
there, have you?
No, yeah, I just got this Exploring Transsexualism podcast that I gotta,
Go to. You got to be there, have you?
get salty for. No, I just got to get salty for this Exploring Transsexualism podcast. So.
All right, brother. All right, brother. You are brother, right?
No, I'm half man. What the fuck, brother? No, fuck that. Fuck your race. No, I'm not a part of your race. What?
A for androgynous. Is it A for androgynous? Is that what the A means on your?
No, what? Androgynous? Well, yeah. I mean, I'd say I'm on does that make me a part of your race then? I mean, I'm an androgynous but not in a fucking homosexual goddamn fucking relationship with you.
No, I never said that, bro. I'm not that way.
All right, then fucking get me the fuck out of here and fucking block me for fucking good. For fuck's sake.
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
Well, then what? Then what? Yep.
Tyler, I'm saying to you,
You're
brother.
not my fucking therapist, bro.
I hope you have a lovely weekend, sir.
I bow out.
Take care, brother, and have a great weekend, yeah?
You're fucking...
Bye now. Okay, that was Tyler. Thank you for coming on the show, Tyler, as always. Black Hole is in the house, brother Black Hole, and Lovely Divine, who says it's about our otherworldly brothers and sisters. Okay. So there's about 10 watching now. We are live on the interweb. And do come on here and stop me being all alone. This show has been put together especially for you. Black Hole says, I'm sorry you had to hear that. Well, you all heard it as well. It is in the spirit of all things that are earthly. It's nothing surprising. Anyway, moving on. Come on here and say hello. The link is in chat. King Capricornio gives me another lovely emoji. Thank you for that. And we're just waiting really for the show to get going. Because to be honest, I didn't prepare anything for this one because this one was meant to be led by you guys. Pamela, do come on. I'm very well, thank you. Pamela, the link is in chat there. We're talking about UFO aliens. If you want to come on, please do. We would love to hear what you have to say. Good to see you. I did invite Patricia, so we will see. Hopefully, Hopefully. I will send her another reminder, see what she says. But, you know, it's one of those ones where we're just waiting for the show to get going. And it's a little bit awkward. But if one of you would just step up here, that gives a little emphasis to matters. And others might follow suit. So, yeah, come on here. ASAP, please. It's just a matter of breaking ice, you know, the first one. Be the pioneer. Be the first one. The explorer into the unknown. The one who comes on the show and sets the trend. The trailblazer. Black Hole, is it you? Divine, is it you? Patricia, if you're there, is it you? Pamela, is it you? King Capricornio, is it you? Well, we already had Tyler, I suppose, so maybe it was him. Anyway. Tyler, if you're listening, I do hope you have a very lovely weekend indeed. Thank you very much. Okay. Guys, like and share the video that you're watching right now so that we can get newcomers. It helps the algorithm. Chickpea says, have you got your kitten yet? No, not yet, Chickpea. Not yet. It's in the pipeline. Hope. Ian Michael's brother, you are on the show. Hello there. Hello, Ian.
Yeah, what's up?
This is the Finding Gnosis show, Tyler. You're back on, Tyler, under a pseudonym. You are now called Ian Michaels. So how are you doing, Tyler, now that you've come back again?
Prison Planet.
Prison Planet, brother. I hear you right there. Do you literally believe we're on the prison planet, or is it something that, you know, it's just a metaphor?
No, I mean, I feel like I'm in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'll tell you what, Tyler. We've got healer in the house, and it's the lovely Divine. Divine heals us here. She's a very good, calm spirit. I know, Tyler, you're a fan of Chickpea. Divine. Divine, thank you for coming on the show. Can you hear us, Divine?
Yes.
Divine, is there anything particularly you'd like to say to Tyler, who's a little bit angry tonight?
I understand why he is.
Okay, darling. It is
He's a
very
little
frustrating.
aggressive, but yeah, I
Yeah.
understand why he's that frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very frustrating existence we're all in. And Chickpea says, hello, Tyler. Nice to know someone likes me. So you, Chickpea is sending her thanks there, Tyler. Pamela says, UFO aliens, I can't be bothered to talk about them after the trauma. Also, it's made so senseless, you can't even explain it. I don't know what you're talking about there, Pamela. But if you can't be bothered to talk about it, then perhaps I never will, which is fair enough. It's up to you, isn't it? Chickpea, will you come on here, please? We need a participatory conduct from you. Black hole, what the hell are you doing? Take your finger out of that black hole and come on here, because you know, you said you would and you haven't yet. So there you go. Divine, any more thoughts on UFOs, aliens, that kind of thing? Guys, please share the stream is all I can say on your social media, on Twitter, whatever you're on.
All I know is that I have had interaction with them, and they are about as real as we are.
We will talk about that. Alpha Draco, welcome, brother. Please come on. You said this show is for you, Alpha. You said you'd come on, so come on. Divine, tell us about your first dealings with aliens, is it? Or interdimensional beings, which?
Oh, you have to put me on the spot so fast.
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because it's a good icebreaker. It's a good way to get the show going, bit of conversation on the topic of the show.
Hmm.
Suppose the question is, Divine, first of all, are these aliens or interdimensional beings that you've had experiences of?
Well, every one of them, just as we do down here, have their own thing that they do. We don't all have to be the same, and neither do they. I actually was invited to the mothership and was asked to learn how to fly it.
Wow.
And I said yes and went, and I realized the person who was teaching me, I knew them from here on Earth. And I was like, why are they hidden? Because they were in this great big robe that covered most of their face. And I was like thinking on the side, gee, how can I figure out who this is and, let them know that I know who they are? So I said, oh, I'll just do it tomorrow when they come back. So I was learning about the panel, got all the things that they wanted me to do. Then I came back down, went back up the next night. And because he was so much taller than me, he was either 6'2" or 6'3", and I'm 5'3". So I was able to bend down just a wee bit and look up into the hood of the cape that he had on, and I knew it was him. And I called him on it. I says, why didn't you just tell me? He goes, well, we didn't think that you would want to show if I was here. I'm like, I have nothing against you. Said, you're a little taller than me. That's about it. That's the only thing I'm upset about. I wish I could have been a little taller. And he started laughing. So, yeah, it was a wonderful experience. Those are my first two experiences on the actual mothership. There are more, but I'm not sharing them all in 1 minute.
No, that's fine. How long ago was that, Divine?
1992.
And it wasn't. It was obviously a kind of. It sounds like it was. Was it a good or a neutral experience, or just a fascinating experience? It wasn't a harmful experience.
I think that they pick up on your energy. If you're only allowing good things to be in, around, or near you, that's all you're going to encounter. If your vibration is low because of drugs or any other sort of proclivity, you're going to have different experiences that aren't so good.
Okay. Where did that happen again? That first that experience you mentioned, the first one, 1992. Where exactly was it? Was it outside in a field, or was it at home? Where was it?
No, they came and got us and brought us to the ship.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is where were you? Where were you before they came and got you?
I was in my home.
And did they knock on the door, or did they just appear in front of you, or?
They just came in. It's all I know is while we were on the ship, it was more telepathic communication. And no, they didn't knock on the door. They were just in the room, and next minute we weren't in the room. Almost kind of like it wasn't anything like this, but it was kind of like a beam me up Scotty sort of thing. Kind of that kind of thing. It wasn't, they didn't knock on the door or anything. And it wasn't even like that either. I can't explain it. It's just hard to explain.
Tyler, what do you think, brother, of this story?
It's not a story, it's a fact.
Sorry,
ESTTPT CRV
what does that mean, Tyler?
means I'm in a jail cell.
You're in a jail cell on Prison Planet. Divine, Tyler thinks he's on a prison planet. What do you think of that?
I agree with him.
We're in prison, are we? What have we done? Have we committed a crime? Do we belong here? Is it a case of criminals
Has
justly imprisoned?
It has nothing specifically. It has everything to do with how we're being treated when we are not deserving of the treatment we are.
Dude!
So we're not deserving of the treatment
Sorry.
we're being
I mean, I
imposed.
apologize to be
Divine, you're
briefly
saying we're not
injected.
deserving. Yes, your apology accepted, Tyler. So you're saying we're not deserving of the maltreatment that we're receiving. Is that right, Divine?
Correct.
For more awesome content,
I mean, a small percentage of the population probably does.
For more awesome content, like and subscribe now.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. Sorry about that. What did you say, Divine?
I said I'm sure a certain portion of the population deserves to be treated unjustly and wrong because they're also that way towards others. But a good percentage of it doesn't need to be this way. It's people are choosing to be that way.
All right. Fuck you. You remind me of my fucking tit that I sucked.
Tyler, that's not very nice. Black Hole is on the show. I've got to kick you off now, Tyler. Divine left. I don't know why. Divine, if you could come back now, that'd be good. Black Hole, you're on the show, brother. We've lost
Good
Divine.
evening, everyone. It's Black Hole on the Gnosis. So, good evening, ladies and gents. It's good to be here.
Yeah. Strange clicking sound coming from your microphone there, Black Hole.
Oh, okay. That's probably because I'm adjusting the mic. I'll try to stop that here. Is that better?
Yeah. So tell me, do you believe we're being visited by aliens? Have we ever been visited by aliens? Do let us know.
Well, at the same time, I mean, I've seen Men in Black and all those old movies, but at the same time, in reality, I believe that aliens are living amongst us. I believe that we're all conscious beings. We're all aliens to this earth as consciousness. I believe that, yes. But as far as actual physical aliens, that's still in question to me. I've never seen them. You got to actually see them with your own eyes. And of course, you know, it's just the idea of aliens being out there as vast as this universe as we live in. Yes, I do believe there could be aliens, but as far as them actually being amongst us, that's still in question to me. I'd have to see them for myself. But at the same time, I would have to say that yes, I believe that there are aliens that might actually live amongst us, that might be able to change form and such. But yeah, I would have to say yes to that question. Yes.
I want to say I hope Divine is okay. She left because Tyler swore, I believe. But Divine, you're welcome back on, darling. Sorry, I apologize on behalf of Tyler for his inappropriate usage of language. Clearly, he doesn't know what a lady you are. But we all do. So please come back, Divine, when you feel free to do so. Oh, she's back. 1 second. The good news is Divine is back in the green room here. It looks like she has to connect her microphone before I can add her. She's added now. Divine, did you leave on purpose or was it by mistake?
If he was going to stay, I was going to leave.
Lovely stuff, Divine. Well, you know,
I will
Divine,
not be treated. I will not be treated that way, no matter who it is, whether I know them or not.
Yes, Divine. Divine, I want to apologize on behalf of Tyler. He is somebody who says he suffers from schizophrenia and stuff like that. So don't take it too personally, Divine, although I know it was an unpleasant experience. Okay?
If he would do a parasite cleanse, he may see that would come down at least 50%.
Right. Okay.
The guy's body is so full of toxins and whatever else he's into, whatever else it could be.
Okay. Well, Tyler, Divine is such a loving woman that Divine is such a loving woman. She wishes you all the best, Tyler, and she hopes that you heal. Is that right, Divine?
Exactly.
Exactly. So we have BT in the house. BT, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
No problem at all. You're very welcome. That's what it's for.
Yeah, I really invite.
Now, Tyler is trying to get back on. Tyler, I think you've done enough this week, bro. So we'll leave
Yeah,
it
be
there
nice
for now.
this time, Tyler. Be nice this time.
Yeah. Yeah, be nice this time, Tyler.
That's nice.
Well, I can't. I'm not going to invite him on this time. Sorry.
No. Like
BT,
what he's leaving in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. BT, do you believe in aliens? Do you believe in UFOs? Do you think these things are visiting us? Sorry?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, once you have an eye for it, it's hard to not see it.
There you go.
I haven't really been hip to it for much more than I don't know, 13 months now. But I've seen my fair share of UFOs, and I've interacted with extra dimensional entities. I mean, I can't see them with my own physical eyes, but I just know that they're there. You know, like it's really something.
So tell me, BT, about your first experiences in regards to this, and tell us first of all about that, please. That would be a good place to start, wouldn't it?
Well,
how old you were, where it happened, this type of thing.
Well, I had just turned 38. And now before this, I had gone to great lengths to deprogram from not just Christianity, but everything else that I've been taught over my entire life. And once I had gotten far enough down that road, as well as like inner healing work stuff, I started to realize that nothing that we had been taught is actually accurate. So once I shed all of that, I started to actually see and understand things that the average person won't. And through some, I forget the exact process of how it happened, but just before my 38th birthday, I had met somebody that really started to help me to understand like where my soul was from, and like the reality that everything is based on energy and vibration. And after that, I saw my first UFO. It was March 16th or 18th of last year. It was blatantly obvious what it was. I was on my way home from work one evening, and after I got off the interstate and going down the road that I live on, I saw two incredibly bright lights, maybe 500 feet above the road. And it took me a second to realize what it was, but that was hands down, must have been a UFO. And then as I kept looking at it, I saw these green flashing lights like going sequentially away from the craft at an angle. Like I would presume it was like towards the back, but I mean I could only see the lights, so I didn't actually have a good view of the craft itself.
So that was the first time you saw something in the sky. You say it was definitely a UFO. How did you feel? I want to know. And were there any effects on your psychology, on your mind, thoughts, etc.? Did you feel any messages emanating from it? Anything like that?
Well, I was definitely intrigued.
Did you feel watched? Did you feel observed? Because I've heard that's a thing sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, but it's not like it was a negative thing. It was more like they've been protecting me.
So almost like guardian angels.
Yeah, in a way. But they're not exactly angels exactly in the traditional sense.
Okay. How often? How
if
many
you-
of these UFO encounters have you had then, BT?
Well, after the first one, I kept thinking that the stars were UFOs, but a friend of mine pointed out that they're not. They're actually stars. So,
Right.
but as I've learned to differentiate between terrestrial craft and stars and UFOs, realistically, I've probably only seen like 5 or 6. But every single time it's like magic, you know. It's like
Well, it's more than me. I can't definitively say I've ever seen one, even though I saw something strange in the sky once. I can't definitely say it was a UFO, unlike you. Chickpea is talking to Divine in the chat. That's nice. Brother Marcus says, "Greetings, Earthlings." So hello to Brother Marcus. We do hope you come on. And he says, "Beam me up, DNW." Yup. I'm not sure if you want to come on to my UFO though. Yeah, it's a wild place to be. Yes. Divine Hazel says, can't plant yet. It's still too cold where she is. She refuses to use propane as the heat in there. She'd rather use the sun. Yeah, she's a bit of a sun worshipper. Our Divine. She says, hello, Brother Marcus. Brother Marcus, Chickpea has a question for Brother Marcus there. Yeah, guys, if you want to come on, please do. Thanks to Brother Marcus again and Chickpea and John for funding the channel by joining in the membership. There's loads of levels there, so whatever you can afford is gratefully received. It helps cover all the different costs I do, because believe it or not, I spend money on this production. You may think I don't, but I do. So, BT, I want to know what the hell you think is going on. You've had 6 of these. Have any of these encounters been scary?
No, they really haven't.
So what is going on in your opinion? I mean, Tyler was on here. I know he went a bit funny, but he was saying we're on a prison planet. Divine says she kind of agrees with him. Black Hole thinks we're in hell. Have these UFOs given you any kind of definitive raison d'etre? Has it described, has it shown you, illuminated to you what the hell is going on here?
You know, honestly, I'm not really worried about it. I've just been focused more on personal development and growth over the last number of years. I've just been
Exactly.
focused on what I've been supposed to be doing with my life, like having a good career, trying to get stable in my own personal life, and
Very hard.
adopting a couple cats.
Oh, you got a cat, Chickpea. You have another cat lover here. BT is a cat lover. He's adopted 2 cats. Chickpea, if you want to come on and talk about yours.
Well,
then,
technically, it's only
Chickpea has
one.
7. Chickpea has
Basically
7
black.
cats. Sorry,
Technically,
BT.
it's one, but there's another cat that's been coming around that's not fixed, and I don't want that to cause any issues. So I'm like trying to keep them separated.
Right, guys. I'm being honest. I need some more info. I need to know what the hell's going on here. BT, you saw these things. I need to know more. Can you please expand a little bit on your experiences? I'm trying to get to Gnosis here, and no offense, brother, but all I've heard so far is you've seen a bunch of things, and you said they were UFOs. But I need to know more, brother, and that's with all due respect, bro. I know you can deliver. Well, BT, while you're umming, we got Patricia here. Patricia is an expert, more or less, on UFOs, and we're very happy that she's back. Patricia, welcome once again to the Finding Gnosis show. We are so happy that you have arrived.
Welcome back.
I'm still having this. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, darling.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Hi. Oh,
Hi.
gotta have such trouble getting on here.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
you've managed to do it. So,
Okay.
Congratulations. Probably deserves a round of applause. In fairness, if I can get you one, I will.
Yay, beautiful.
I'll give her a round of applause because she was struggling to get on and she managed to do it. There you
That
go.
was beautiful.
So Patricia, you're actually in the majority here. Okay, there's 5 people on the show, and 3 of you have seen UFOs. So BT had his first experience. Was it 6 years ago, BT? Or you've
No.
seen 6? Sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't 6 years ago. It was like a little bit over a year.
A little bit of just over a year ago, and since then he's seen about 6 UFOs. Patricia.
Maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that number.
Can I ask why you are sure that any of them are UFOs, BT? That is the question.
To go with what resonates and like kind of like what sticks out to me, I guess. I haven't really thought about that.
Okay. Well, Patricia's here.
Fair question.
Patricia,
Yes.
can you tell us? Have you spoke to us last Monday? So it's been about 5 days. Have you seen anything since up in the night sky?
Mostly orbs. I haven't seen the really strange UFO or UAPs in a while, but I still see a lot of orbs. And I guess the idea that if it's a UFO, probably you have to step out of that terminology, and because I think UFO just has all of this science fiction stuff added to it, and a lot of people are looking for spaceships with the little antennas, and or little green men, or all of that, and it's just not that. They don't look like that at all.
Right.
So you have to know what you're looking.
You have to know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
BT, was it you who felt like they were kind of like guardians or something?
Yeah, and that goes into a little bit of my soul's backstory.
You can tell us about that.
Well, okay.
And also, I would be interested in how you know your soul's backstory. All of that would be very interesting stuff.
Okay. Well, I've had my Akashic records read, and it actually verified everything. But so you've heard of the Orion Wars, right?
I've heard of them. I don't know what they are.
Okay. So there's a very long conflict between the Draco reptilians and the Galactic Federation. And in my most recent incarnation, before this one, I was a negative reptilian basically on the front lines. And I just completed my military training, and I was getting all gung-ho about being on the battlefield. And then the Galactic Federation captured me in a rather big battle, and they more or less forcefully coerced me to be on the light side of things. So they granted me this incarnation as a way to like learn how to be a good person and to
There you go.
really progress and learn how to not be so violent, I guess. I'm having a hard time finding the right words for that, but
that's okay. So BT, you had this narrative was running inside your head before you had your records read. I presume that was in some kind of trance-like state, was it? Did you get hypnotized or something, or
No,
did
not
you do
uh,
astral projection? Was it with somebody or something?
see, I didn't actually access the records myself. A friend of mine on Telegram, he had been practicing, and he offered to read them for me for no charge, and everything, more or less everything that I had just conveyed was accurate according to the Akashic records. So in some ways,
I'm just sorry, BT.
In some ways, I knew
BT.
all of that before he read them. Yeah.
BT, you say you knew. Did you have a dream or something about this? Was this some kind of story that was running in your head all the time? How did you know?
It was largely based on intuition and reading my astrological natal chart and taking some quizzes online about what star seed I could be. And
so you're into this star seed stuff. I've heard of that before.
Yeah.
I think Divine is into that as well, right?
I'm into the fact that I've actually had connection with them numerous times, and not just the couple times that I've shared so far.
So do you believe there's an intergalactic battle between dark and light? Is it good and evil, BT, or is that too simplistic? Is it two teams of equal kind of value, equal kind of standing that are battling it out for some reason? One is not necessarily worse than the other. It's just a battle of two sides. Is that fair enough? Or is it a fact that one side is evil, one side is good?
Well, I guess that just depends on how you define good and evil. If you define good as doing no harm to other people and seeking to benefit other people's lives, and evil as the exact opposite of that, then yeah, it is a good versus evil war.
Rewilder, who is a supporter of the channel, thank you, Rewilder, says pre-programmed conditioning of calling them UFOs and pretending they are out of the world instead of maybe under the oceans and in different dimensions and or realities. So he's of the opinion that they possibly could be. He said he should have put a question mark after this, but it's not necessarily something whereby they are out of this world. They are very much a part of the world, just maybe in a different dimension that we can't usually see. Or even subterranean under the ocean. And that's just something to think about. I don't know. That's a question. Where are these UFOs coming from, BT, Divine?
They're excuse me. They can be anywhere. They're not just up in the sky. I've seen some of them come out of a lake in northern Maine. That lake is known for that on a consistent basis. I'm not the only one who has seen them come up out of the lake. I used to have a favorite place I would eat on the coast, Belfast. And as I was coming home, my sweetheart and I said, "Look," and he said, "What?" I said, "My buddies are following me." He goes, "What?"
Like and subscribe now.
Sorry.
For more awesome content, like and subscribe now.
How do I stop that?
For more awesome content.
There you go. Sorry about that. Divine, you and your loved one was sitting by the lake. Yeah. And
that doesn't happen on its own. You're pressing the button for that to do so.
Yes,
so stop apologizing for something you're doing.
No, what I meant, darling, was I unmuted it, but I thought I'd have to press it. Do you understand? Because if you look at the settings here, right, there's a whole load of noises in the noises that you can press. But I was getting ready to do it later, and I unmuted it, and there was one already playing because I've already played that in the show. Do you know what I mean? So you have to pause them after you've played them. So I hadn't done that. That's why it played. Divine, you your loved one saw it as well then?
Yes. I said, watch. And he says, what are you going to do? And I'm like, well, the road is pretty desolate from here to where we go home. I says, when I slow down, it will also slow down. And he saw that. And I says, and watch. Now I'm going to speed up. So I'd speed up to about 50 miles per hour or more. And then it would do that too. And then I would slow back down to like 20. And then I would speed back up. And it kept doing this all the way home. And it takes 45 minutes for me to get from Belfast to my home. And it was following us the whole way.
That
Hello,
is
Pat.
very bizarre.
It's nice to have you here.
Yeah, who are you talking to there, Divine? Sorry.
I was talking to Patricia. It was nice to have her here.
Yeah. Patricia, she called you Pat there. Sorry, I was away with the fairies. Patricia, how you doing? She's there, but she's not. We can't hear you, Patricia, if you are talking. Right. Divine, whilst we're waiting for Patricia, Divine, what did your loved one have any other experiences of UFOs other than when he was with you?
Oh, he would have them on his own. I wasn't always there.
Wilder said that must have felt creepy, them following like that. Did you feel creeped out at all?
No, they don't come across that way to me. They're like, they're kind of like first cousins. I know that sounds weird, and that's fine. I love being weird, and that's who I am. So get over it if you don't like it. I have known them from such an early age that this is not weird to me. It's not weird at all.
Yeah,
they're familiar, as Rewalder says.
Correct.
Sorry, BT, you were going to say?
Yeah, that the familiarity is kind of how I feel about it. It's kind of like they've always been there, but I wasn't in the right headspace to actually understand that at the time. You know? And I think that just gets back to what I was saying about like personal development and like working through inner baggage and deprogramming from everything that we've been told over the years, you know.
So Alpha, sorry, I called you Alpha, but that's your YouTube name.
Yeah,
BT. Yeah, BT. What are we here for in your view then? You have you been able to ascribe some meaning to this existence then, since you've dabbled in this astral projection, UFO viewing, etc.? What the hell are we here for?
Yeah, that's a good question. So for the longest time, I felt like I was here just to suffer through life and then just die a miserable death. But shoot, it's been almost 2 years now. It clicked in me when I was going through a hard patch in life that we came to this world and to this life to experience it and to live life, not to suffer through it. So to extrapolate on that, the purpose of life is to learn, grow, love, and experience everything that this life has to offer, not just reach out to some outside force because we feel like
right. I just want to say to Patricia's back. Sorry, she left, but she's back now. Yeah, sorry, BT. I interrupted you.
No, it's all right. That was pretty much my thought on that.
And have you felt like a sense of peace since you started delving into these matters? Since you had
I really have.
Okay.
Yeah, life can be a little chaotic sometimes because I don't have that outside thing. Because I grew up in mainline Christianity, and now that I've gotten away from that, sometimes it is a little bit rocky because I don't have that thing outside of me to reach to. But I've also developed inside of me that firm understanding that nothing that I can say or do or think or anything like that affects my value. So once we understand that, and that we're loved no matter how we feel at the moment, and that nothing can change that, then we're unstoppable, you know.
Right.
Yes, very good.
Patricia, did you want to say anything at this juncture?
DNW, can you ask her if she's muted?
Yeah, I can see here she's not muted. Patricia, you're not muted, but it might be a case that she hasn't plugged in her microphone or allowed access to her microphone. She managed to do it last time, so I'm sure she'll be able to figure it out. She's left, and it says here you have to connect your microphone. You have to connect your microphone before you can come on the stream, Patricia. Black Hole, have you got anything to say at this juncture? Do you know anybody who talks about aliens in your life, or have you ever known anybody who swears they've seen aliens, etc., etc.?
Well, at this point in the live, all I can say is I really do believe there's a lot of things that we still don't understand, and that we're just visitors here on this earth, as is left in the chat and the comments. We're just here for a temporary period. I believe that we're all aliens of this earth, and we're gonna go home one day. That just, and like you said, it's like this that would be a hell realm. It would be a place where we're just here to overcome things and then eventually move back to where we belong. So that'd be my response to at this point
That's
in the
what you
life.
think. That's what you think this place is.
I believe we're all consciousness. I believe that we're all consciousness. We're all capable of so many wonderful things, and we're just having an experience and communicating with each other. And we're all going to go where we belong eventually one day, to what resonates with us. Do you agree with me?
I don't know.
I agree somewhat.
Okay, go ahead, Divine.
Yeah.
We all are from our different sources. And when we come down here, we have a mission. And that mission is whatever our lives bring to us at the moment.
Yeah.
But when we are experiencing the otherworldly connections, that's when our lives are more enhanced, because that's our origins.
Correct. That's kind of what I'm trying to say, in a way. It's just
I
one way. It's one
agree.
perspective. Everything is about perspective, of course.
Brother Marcus does a little under the sea tribute in the topic of the show. UFOs in the ocean, darling, it's better down where it's wetter. So he's vibing on what Rewaldo was saying about
That's a Little
UFOs being
Mermaid.
under the sea.
That's from the Little Mermaid. Yeah.
It is. That's what I said. It's. I remember. I think it was the crab sang it, wasn't it? In the Little Mermaid. It was a real character. Tara is here and says this has been a lovely live. Well, Tara, you're welcome to come on and talk to us. That would be nice.
I like you got me right under the UFO. It kind of looks like, well, not anymore. It did look like I was kind of beaming down from the UFO on the screen there. Now we got six. That's just
it looks like you're the alien, Black Hole, and you're beaming Patricia up into the UFO mothership. So there you go. Patricia, are you with us? Are you, Patricia? Is your microphone working?
I don't know. Is it there? You go. I think it is.
It is working. Yes, fantastic. So
yay, Patricia's back. Yay,
Patricia is back. That's all right, darling. Patricia,
welcome.
Thank
Patricia,
you,
do you feel compelled? Do you feel compelled to say anything in this moment?
No, I was trying to ask BT regarding the records.
Yeah.
What did you call them? The Akashi records.
Yeah, Akashic.
Akasha. How did you? You said that you didn't access them yourself. So somebody told you had them, and then they accessed them for you, or how did
Oh
that happen?
no, so I've been seeing stuff floating around about the Akashic record and how our soul's history is stored in the basically the universal energy field. And what the Akashic records are is they're the energetic records of our soul's history. And it looks different for everybody.
Okay. So when they were accessed, what, if it's not too personal thing, what was revealed to you? What was said to you?
Well, that I've spent thousands of years in the reptilian collective, and that this is the first time that I've ever actually been a human.
Okay. And did it
Very
tell
intuitive.
you why that occurred? Or, and I've heard about those records myself, so that's why I'm asking. I'm not questioning what you're saying or what you experienced. I'm trying to understand. I've never really spoken with anybody that's said they've had access to the records. So, as a reptilian, you don't remember any of that? Is that the
Of my past
case?
lives?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I've had some flashes here and there.
Hmm.
Like the first time that I fell in love in my previous incarnation, I didn't know how to act, so I killed her. I didn't know what that feeling was, and I didn't know what to do with it. So, as a reptilian, the only thing I could think to do was remove the issue and just like kill the other person.
Are you
You
talking
just
about a
admitted
past
to
life?
murder?
Are you talking about a past life here, BT?
Yeah, this is a past life.
Okay, yeah. So it
You
wasn't
just admitted to murder?
in a
In a
past life. Yeah,
Just want to clarify that.
yeah.
But that was one of them.
Okay. I just want to welcome Just Skeptical to the show, brother. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up? I'm just chilling.
You're just chilling. Your microphone's a bit on the poor side again, unfortunately. Just Skeptical. Have you ever seen something strange in the sky?
Yeah, I've seen a few things.
Well, if you'd like
Um,
to go somewhere with better reception, you can tell us about it. Is that okay? Just move slightly in your home or something.
okay, I'll be back.
All right.
I was thinking
So,
that might have been something on my end. It sounded
Mm.
like when my phone was like overheating.
so DNW, you haven't seen anything, but have you actually tried to see something, or are you waiting for
You know
that
what?
to happen to you?
I think it's one of these things that. I mean, I did say last week I'd look up at the night sky. Didn't I say that to you, Patricia? And I've got to
Yes.
be honest. I haven't done it. I'm sorry. I do apologize.
Well, no,
Yeah,
you know, me
I'm going to be
apology,
honest.
you know,
Yeah,
it's
I'm going to be
probably going to
honest.
be one of those things where it's going to happen when you least expect it.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest and say I haven't
Hmm.
looked up at the sky enough in the last 5 days or so. I did have a strange experience years ago when I was about 21 or something. I think I told you, walking out of the library and down some steps out of the university that I was in, and I looked up at the sky and there was a green thing went across it, but I don't know what that was. And this is before drones and shit, so I have no idea what that was, but I presume it was some kind of star or meteorite, or an asteroid or something, But you guys are saying there's other stuff out there, and I am interested because BT's created or has learned some massive reason for it all. Patricia, are you convinced of any reasons for it all yet?
No, it just remains a mystery to me, and I guess we just keep adding to the mystery on a regular basis because we keep seeing everybody seeing something different or not seeing anything at all. And again, I think, like I said, the bottom line, you have this whole idea that has to be something from which all of this is emanating, the thoughts, somebody has to put all those ideas in different buckets or pockets for us to draw from, negative, from the worst thing to the best thing. It has to be coming from somewhere. And it doesn't help when we start at, when we get to add our own opinions and ideas about it, and it just gets more and more convoluted as we go on. And so you just, you know it's a mystery is what it is. I don't understand how um some people don't have any idea or feel any way that it's a mystery, that you just hear, you die, and that's it, in the midst of all of this insanity, because right now it's moving into a deep insanity, and so when you're younger you can kind of misplace that sanity, or displace that sanity, and you go to parties and you go to school and you look for jobs and you have a career and you have kids and all that kind of thing. But you get to a certain point, if you really are looking at this stuff and paying attention to it, till the insanity part starts to take over, and that's worrisome, because that means that something in this source is kind of insane as well, I think. So, and if
Yeah,
you
that's
start
very
trying
worrying.
to to accept it, and then accepting it, what does that mean? Does that mean that you then get to do any crazy thing that you want? And more is sometimes it looks like that. It's like you have to really find a pocket of people that are trying to do the right thing, whatever the heck that is. And it's a
Mm.
very interesting thing now at 73, and I hate to keep throwing that out there, but that's just the fact of the matter for me. At 73, it's very different, what I thought and believed in and kind of stood on, with the
Mm.
church and all of that. At 73, I'm doing the musical chair thing. It could be any moment, any second, for any reason, that I step right out of this into whatever this next level is, and
And
so
best
I
wishes to you, Patricia. I mean that,
hmm.
man. Best wishes to you, darling. I mean that.
Oh, thank you. I'm hoping that, I had this epiphany the other day that, that immortality is an earned thing. And in the, I think in one of these books I've read, the Arcane Teaching, I think it is, it says when your mentality is, say, is strictly materialistic or sexual or all of those kind of things, that when your body leaves and you're laying you're in the ether, that's all you'll think about until you dissipate. But so that means you never gave any true um
Contemplation.
yeah, yeah. And so if the more you have contemplated, the higher the realm you will land on. And my understanding of that is that,
That's really interesting.
yeah. So
Is that
you
something?
are what
Is
you
that a
think,
thought?
right?
Is that a thought that came to you yourself, or did you hear someone else say that, Patricia?
No, it came to me myself the other day. And so I
Mhm.
am aware that the more you contemplate, the more things do seem to come, thoughts or ideas that you don't have any real reason to say I was looking for that, but it showed up. But the difference is I'm aware of these things now. I wasn't always aware, and most of us aren't. So you have these experiences, and they'll give us words for them like coincidence, and we'll
Mm.
accept that as a younger age. But when you start to really search, I find, like, I have no idea how I found the Pistis Sophia or the Nag Hammadi. I have no idea those books existed I was searching for something else, and they showed up in my life, and each one of them led me to a different place, and for certain, I can stand right now where I am and look back over my life, and I can see this kind of a zigzaggy path that led to here. And it seems like everything that has occurred had to occur. If something hadn't happened to me in Chicago when with my brother-in-law, then I would not have moved to Detroit. And if I hadn't moved to Detroit, I wouldn't have moved to Grosse Pointe. And if I had moved to Grosse Pointe, I would never have seen all that stuff in 2017. And if I hadn't moved from there back to here, I would never have seen these spheres. And with each of those experiences, something deeper has occurred. And it's not always something you can express, or you try to express it and you find that it's almost like it falls on deaf ears, not because people don't want to hear or understand, but they don't have access to that. And then that sounds arrogant. And so you don't want to feel arrogant. And so it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And so I spent the last 10, maybe 20 years, maybe even more than that, intentionally and deciding that the next life after this was more important than this one. And so I've really, really learned to let things go. I mean, like kids, grandkids, children, and I understand that on a much deeper level than I did. I used to think, why does he say you got to leave your family? And I fully understand that now, because you can't give it. You cannot give it. It has to be sought. And I guess it comes at different levels and different times. But yeah, I'm there, and I'm aware that I'm there.
Well, I'm very happy for you, Patricia.
Yeah,
I am. I'm so happy that you seem to have this level of contentment, or like you're happy with where you're at compared to where you were.
Yeah,
right.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's inevitable.
I am very happy. I'm happy that that's the case.
Well, thank you.
I just want to welcome in the mindful one, Je. Howdy.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
Welcome.
we're okay, thank you.
Is it sounding better?
A little bit. You're a little bit muffled. You're not as clear as we'd like to, but you at least you're not. It's not the reception's better.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Well,
So
this is the best I can do for right now.
okay, brother. So yeah, you said you've seen some strange things in the sky.
Yeah. Well, I remember. I think it was 2022. I think it was around September or October. I remember seeing these blinking things in the night sky. Um, and like they they seem to almost be like dancing in the sky almost, but I couldn't make it out. I wasn't sure if it was like a satellite or something, or if it was, I don't know, some sort of spaceship or something. But it was there were colorful things, and they were really really beeping around and moving around. But I don't think that satellites tend to be colorful like that and move around like that, right? Anyone?
I'm not the expert. Maybe Patricia is the most informed here. What do you think, Patricia?
Yeah, I don't think satellites do that either. I've seen those things as well. The ones that look like, if you're describing the same thing, look like if you zoom in on it, it looks like a roaring ball of multiple colored fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think that's a satellite either. I guess, to me, at this point, when you start seeing things like that, you have to make room for it in your life. And because they don't show up for everybody, it's become really obvious to me. I really thought everybody was seeing these things, and apparently that's just not the truth. So if it was me that was giving advice, I would tell you to start making room for that. And don't ignore it because it's most likely leading you somewhere. And this life is not the only place. And I don't know what happens next, but I do feel that there is a next level, and we have to start making a place for that because you're going to die. There's no doubt about that. And we kind of tend to live as if we're not going to die. And I think we even told that early on. Live like there's no tomorrow. You only have one life and all of that. I don't
Let me
know
stop
what
you right
the
now.
next
Do you
level,
believe there's life beyond death? Do you believe there's life beyond death?
without a doubt.
There you go.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. That's why I think it's worth
Yeah.
preparing for it, whatever it is. And if it turns out I just end up, I did wonder though, what that would be. Will you just be that thought thing floating around, or will you take on some level of embodiment like the things I saw? Because I mean, I watched them shape shift into so many different shapes. And I thought one day, I said, well, God, maybe they're showing me my different choices
Well,
that I
that's the
could
thing
either.
is that we don't seem to know exactly what we're preparing for. That's the issue.
It is an issue, that's for sure. But the very fact that you are going to die, to me, and I
Yeah.
hope that doesn't sound morbid, but you are.
That's just a
They've just
departure from this life.
No,
Anything
no.
is
yeah.
possible.
Yeah. No. It. You don't have to worry about being more. But I mean, I think about that every single day, to be honest.
Yeah, it actually is probably the most important thing in life is the fact that you're going to die. And I was thinking about, this entity that we call Jesus. I kept thinking, well, why did he go about raising up dead people? What was the point of that? What was he trying to show us that the flesh, we can go right back into that? And it occurred to me that what he was showing was how easy it was for him to reach wherever he reached, pull Lazarus' soul right back from where it went and put it right back in his body. And he was trying to show then, I think, that there is no death of the entity that is residing in the flesh. The only thing that's dying is the flesh, and it's dying from the minute you
Hmm.
get here. And so we spend all this time putting clothes on it and shoes on it and getting cars for it and building houses and eating, and we never, we're taught to just don't even think about or fear death. And it's really is a part of life. It's probably the most important part of life. And most of us spend very little time thinking about it. And if any of what I've read is true, that's to our soul's own detriment, because you can only rise, it appears, to the level of thinking, because that seems to be all we are, is a thought. We're thought processes, and you can only rise to that degree. So that's why he says don't store up stuff down here. You're getting rich and you're building
Hmm.
houses, because all of that's going to, and we watch it. What we historically we've seen these past what's the word for it? It's not generations, but groups of people, I forget what you call it, where we go and go to the ruins and we see this group of people was here, but now they're not, or that group of people disappeared. We've seen the things that we build and that we worship deteriorate on this planet, so it stays here. But this
Yeah.
soul thing seems to go on, and so, but we don't give it any. We're taught not to deal with that. We're taught that the pastor or the priest or whatever is the only thing that can deal with that. And the universe or the world or whatever keeps showing us every day that we can't trust our lives in these people's hands.
No,
You
of
know,
course. Yeah. I totally agree with that. I don't trust anyone, and that's why
yeah,
I'm a loner who keeps to himself. I don't really trust. But the world to me seems like almost like a bit of like a fake simulation or something. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I don't trust anyone either. So in the you said you've read some books or gotten information about what this world is. Like, does it say that this world is like a prison of sorts? Because this world feels like a prison to me. Like, because when you think about it, like your consciousness seems to be almost trapped within your body. You know what I mean? And um, it almost seems like we're like a soul that's trapped inside a physical body that's looking at looking at the jail cell, the bars, and the eyes seem to be like the bars through which we're looking out through the jail cell
Yeah.
into the world. Does it almost feel like that to you? Like, do you believe that the
Without a
body and
doubt.
the world
You
itself
just
is like a prison?
without a doubt, and I I think to me this the Pistis Sophia, again, you have to have a real strong foundation to delve into that because it's not an easy read, but it seems to me to be telling the exact story from the beginning to end. Why we're here, how it happened, what's going to happen at the end. And it seems it's pretty complete. But it what's the word again? It's defies a lot of what we've been told, especially about everybody going to heaven and everything is going to be forgiven. And it seems as that's not possible because some souls, some of us our souls have been so contaminated, and it's not personal. There's not a killing of their soul because, some evil thing that we've done, but because that cannot, whatever this thing is that cannot be allowed into the next level, it just can't be allowed. So if you take the idea from the Pistis Sophia, which says we were created, we're an illegal creation created by an illegal creation, and for whatever reason the thing we call Jesus was given the authority to come down and see exactly what we were and made a decision about how to handle us. I mean, it's all in there, and it was not an easy read because it was not anything I had. It was against everything I had been told. So yeah, I was like everybody else, growing up and thinking I'm going to go to heaven and all of this kind of stuff, and it just doesn't seem to be the case. So it would behoove you to me to get your soul in order.
The following moments may contain explicit language. The following moments may
Oops.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Scary boys.
I'm trying to figure these out, and I'm really, whatever. The Archons are attacking my soundboard here. But you know what, Patricia? Aside from all of that, you speak so well on these matters, and it's really good to listen to you. And I can tell you're someone who is, very thoughtful. But you say, do you actually talk to anybody in real life about these matters? Because I know you come on here, but I'm not just talking about UFOs, because I know in real life you don't have many people to talk to you about that. But do you ever find yourself talking about your spiritual views in real life to say people you meet day to day?
Only if the spirit moves me, like now. Like to me, and it's a funny thing, you always see that thing on Twitter that says, I don't know who needs to hear this. It does not flow like this all the time. And so I'm of the belief that when somebody is at a space in their life where they need to hear whatever I'm saying, not that I'm any guru or anything like that, but I've kind of allowed myself to shut up when it's not me and let it roll when it's that the other thing, whatever that is, because that's how it came to me. You get it in bits and pieces, and it's, and I don't want to say it's not for everyone, but if you're shut off, you absolutely can't see it and you can't hear it. And that's a hard thing to accept, especially in this world as crazy as things have gotten, that any kind of information or message or idea could be passing through me. I don't have any degrees. I don't have any background in that, and so I would struggle with that. But I understand now that that's not what it's about at all. It really is about when it's supposed to flow, or whoever needs it, it will show up when it will show up, and from wherever it needs to, wherever they are. So in other words, I don't know if Jay is black or white, but certainly
I'm black.
okay, there would be some people that may not be able to hear me because of the color of my skin, or can't understand what I saw because of the color of my skin. And of course, they will totally miss whatever is coming to them because but we've been indoctrinated with that, and so you'll miss something because you can't see past me, or vice versa. When that whole thing about whether Jesus was black or white and all of that. And then finally I got to a place where, excuse my French, what the fuck difference does that make? Because he was absolutely not from this planet. Whatever body he jumped into it because it was available. But we
So,
put all this other stuff, divine and immaculate birth and all of those things around it, and they have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And so
so we
you may
will
find
do it.
yourself in the ether just floating around and disappearing eventually. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Patricia, we will do a deep dive into the Pistis Sophia some point soon. I've looked at some of the Gnostic texts. Nag Mahad, what's it called? The Nag
Nag Hammadi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at these. And it's
I
been a
do
long
want
time
to
ago
ask
now.
you, DNW, how did you find me? Because I was totally felt tricked into this because you had the word gnosis in your title, and then I realized, like I said, you hadn't even looked at any of the videos or any of that. And so I was wondering the other day, how did you even find me? What made you
Well, I'm not
contact
going to
me?
pretend I'm an alien, and I've been sent to find you.
No, just
The
curious.
truth
I
is,
can have.
the truth is, Patricia, I just did that whole thing of searching for UFOs on Twitter, on X.com, and you came up.
Oh, okay.
So that's how, yeah.
Okay.
And you just seemed like I liked your Twitter profile. You had a nice, you look like a very pleasant person in your profile picture. I thought, yeah, she seems nice, and a nice smile, and you just seem to have this belief. And I thought you'd be an interesting person to talk to. Then I looked at that video, the 2-hour-long video. I thought, wow, she's got quite a lot there. I couldn't at all. Yeah, just a mixture of your tweets and your YouTube channel, basically.
Oh, you have a YouTube channel, Patricia? Could you link it in the chat sometime?
Can I just say something, guys? The interesting thing, and I find I knew nothing really of your Gnostic views, Patricia, which I find to be the icing on the cake here. And that's the good thing about this, is that not only have you come to the table with, a wealth of information regarding UFOs, and obviously you have your anecdotal evidence as well, but also, a lot about Gnosis and Gnosticism, and also you have your very unique views on it, which I really I'm very happy to hear on this channel, because that's what it's all about. It's all about people sharing their own opinions and us all trying to get somewhere together. So is that satisfactory?
Yes, and I think that's a classic example of what I was trying to express, of ending up in a place where you don't know how did I get here to your space to say these particular things, and to hear the things that I'm hearing from other people. And I don't take that as, of course, coincidence or happenstance, or I know that this is a direction for me,
Right.
and I'm trying to understand what that direction is, which is why I had the question I had for BT, or the things, because I no longer think, oh wow, that was weird, and just then go in the kitchen and cook a burger and forget about these things.
I have to say, Patricia, I didn't actually message many people at all. I only messaged you. And do you remember the other gentleman that was on the first show?
Okay.
Caleb.
Well, it's
You're
very
the only two people I
interesting.
messaged.
Okay.
We
I put
are
out
meant to
again.
be here.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
one of us are meant to be in this room at the same exact time, and there
Yeah.
is a reason.
There
And
is.
ever since day one, when you came on the show, Patricia, I knew that. And my email is in the chat. I put it on the line in the chat because I would desire you to connect with me because
There
I
was
can help
only
you.
one woman for the job.
Is that
Damn,
crazy
you're
voice again?
irritating tonight, DNW. Anyways,
I'll stop.
I think I have some more pieces to your puzzle because right from day one, I knew that I was supposed to talk to you.
Hmm. Well, I don't doubt that, I don't doubt that at all. And I took a great portion of my time last week to think about this interaction and the whole situation of how I ended up here and to try to understand. And I'm not sure, but I do agree with you. I know for certain that this is not just some uh misstep. This has a purpose, and I'm open for what it is. Like I say, I'm fully aware of that I'm at the life's end, and I'm fully aware that the entities, the things that are happening to me have a purpose. Excuse me, and I literally an entity spoke to me last year, I believe it was, and said to me, came into my room and said, we make ourselves known beforehand because I was asking the universe with every intention I could possibly muster, the purpose of me seeing all of these entities. This clearly, at this time in my life. And it said simply, we make ourselves known beforehand. And it didn't say before you die or before what, but before something. And so, and I am also aware that it won't give me information that will turn my mind inside out. In other words, it won't give me information that will make me feel crazy. It's giving me bits and pieces now at this point, and it has to have some meaning, and so I had to allow myself to accept the reality of these entities as not being, because I'm not prone to hearing voices, and I'm not prone to that kind of thing. And these were not internal voices; these were absolutely something on the outside of me speaking to me, responding. And it can be scary. Don't get me wrong. And maybe I sound calm, but I'm telling you, there are nights where I just go and get in my bed and get under the cover, because I just don't want to think about it anymore. I don't, but I know that if I want to have or participate in the next level, I know, if I feel like I know that it's necessary. And so yeah, it's very interesting to me that I am here. And
There's nothing to fear.
yeah, well, I
Absolutely
don't
nothing.
fear it.
Can I just make a comment, guys?
Sure.
Sepazuzu says, because on this channel we obviously have had pessimistic takes, and we've spoken about antinatalism, like whether it's good or bad to bring people into this world, verging on the view that it's bad to bring people into this world. That's the view on this channel in the past. Now I don't know what the hell is going on, but Sepazuzu. But I also admit that it looks bad. I do say it doesn't look good here. I say that freely, Sepazuzu says, how did you go from antinatalism to bullshit new age spirituality? Talk about a fall off. He used to think of it as cool, but UFO religion, get a grip, brother. Sepazuzu, I'm surprised because I've never said I know what is going on. I'm not an affiliate of anything. I am agnostic. I don't know what is going on. What I am trying to do, and what I'm trying to help everyone do, is to come together and, I say seek Gnosis. And by that, I mean find knowledge, inspiration, something that chimes with them as an individual, that might help make what otherwise seems a meaningless existence mean something. That's what I'm trying to do here, brother. Because, you know, if you look at all the philosophical hot takes on this reality, etc., there's always an alternative view. You know, there's always somebody coming at matters with different normative theories. Okay, just a different perspective, a different vantage point, and that's just the way it is, bro. I can't get everyone singing from the same choir sheet. You know,
There's nothing new age about anything we're talking about right now.
yeah,
Absolutely nothing.
I would say, I would say questions on what is going on, questions on whether there is a consciousness that goes on and on and on. These are not new age things. These are things that, you know, humans have been talking about probably since we were able to talk. So yeah, Sepazuzu, brother, you're welcome to come on here. But I thought you knew what the spirit of the channel was. It's a healthy skepticism. It's a questioning of what the hell is going on, and it's an honest effort in trying to find out what is going on, but in a kind of effort that is polite and also, you know, giving respect to people who have different views, because I know that I would be them if I was them. Okay, we are all coming at life from our subjective viewpoints, you know, due to experiences we've had, and I'm not going to condemn anybody or belittle them or dehumanize them when they have a legitimate reason for having their views, and that is their existence. So there you go.
In the end,
Have I said enough?
in the end, all that matters in the end is kindness. Kindness is all that matters in the end.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Kindness it matters as well. Yes, brother Marcus says it's your channel, D&W, and you can cover whatever you want. If others don't like it, they can go somewhere else. That's it.
I agree.
I'm not the Messiah. I'm not the Messiah. I'm not the one to fucking, you know, if you don't like it, there's other YouTube channels, you know.
Just
but
trying to
yeah,
help them.
Sepazuzu, you're welcome to come on and talk about it, brother.
Yeah, I agree. Like, if you want to explore different ideas, I mean, that's what the name of the channel is all about as well too. Finding Gnosis is about finding knowledge and gaining knowledge. So, in order to do that, you have to explore different points of view. So, I totally agree with you. You know, branching out and exploring different ideas and different theories about our existence.
I mean, it's also just part of who I am, and just because I made certain videos in the past didn't mean I wasn't having thoughts about things outside of that matter, you know. And that's why I've always found the channel difficult, because it's not a true I would say production of my thoughts, because I think about a lot of things, you know, not just the problem of being brought into this realm, you know. I think about other things as well, you know. And that's just a fact for me anyway.
Yeah.
That's just fear.
It's okay.
He's fearful, you know. Most of us are fearful early on of the unknown, and it's easier to kind of lash out that way. But it's fear, you know, and I get it. And I'm not upset at
And I completely understand Sepazuzu's view. I
yeah,
mean, he views this world as terrible. For him, the most important thing we can do is stop bringing people into it. Yeah. But unfortunately, I don't think it's as simple as that. We have to appreciate we don't exist. We exist in a fucking if you like, we don't exist in a vacuum. Okay, there's other things going on here. Okay, that affect matters. Okay, and it's not as simple as to say things shouldn't be this way. Okay, the problem is things are that way, and therefore you have to derive some kind of something to do with it. And if you can't get others to sing along with you, well, then I'm afraid you know you're in a very difficult spot. Okay, and yeah, quite frankly, I found it tedious personally to be saying to people, "Oh, don't be bringing people into this world all the time," when they think you're mad for saying it. You know, and to them, you are mad for saying something like that. You're either a party pooper, you're resentful, you're selfish, you're insane. Or, you know, they'll throw ad hominems at you, and they're well entitled to, because in their view, that's exactly what you are. Just as in your view, they're you know, a certain type of person as well. That's the way it goes. But anyway, it's a very messy situation here. And at this stage of my life, I'm just trying to gather people together without causing a ruckus. Okay, Try and glean something from it. You know, it's a
Yeah.
sludge. It's a sludge. It's like this terrible messy sludge, right? And I'm panning it, looking for little nuggets of gold. And to be quite frank, sometimes we find them on this channel. You know, we do. Divine has said a few things here and there. J.E., Patricia, certainly. You've all said things here and there that I like. You know, little pearls of wisdom. You know, that help us all. Help me anyway. You know, dark nights of the soul. You know, they become less torturous when you think about things a little bit more.
Yeah, we're doing this show for DNW. That's why.
You are. It is. It is.
I
It's,
believe
you know,
that. I believe that, young man.
thank you. Thank you, Divine. Thank you,
I
Divine.
agree, because you certainly seem to be searching for something, and it's hard when you don't have words, or we're used to labels. We label everything, and when we don't have a label for something that we're looking for, or things that happen to us, it can be difficult. So I agree. I think this is for you. And I don't want to put that out there in any kind of spooky way, and it's not new age or spiritual kind of craziness. I gave a lot of thought to this last week. How did I end up? Because I had stopped doing these because so many people hadn't had the experience, and it's hard to help them understand what it is I'm dealing with. And so you don't want to turn people off, as obviously I did with the gentleman. But that's okay. He must be searching for something too. But I do absolutely think this is for you. So I do hope that anything I say gives you some kind of peace or some kind of direction, whatever it is. And I know that I can tell you this, it won't all make sense, and probably most of it won't make sense. And it's like, to me, I would read a book, and initially I would try to understand everything in it. And when I didn't, I felt stupid. But I realize now that you take whatever you do understand from wherever you hear it, and just add that to your foundation, DNW. So you
Absolutely.
probably
No.
won't get all of this, but whatever does resonate with you is a part of what you're supposed to
Okay,
build
Patricia.
on.
Okay, Patricia. Thank you so much for your kind words. I want to say thank you to Brother Marcus. I've got to say, he just gave me a tenner. Thank you so much, Brother Marcus. I really appreciate it. That will help, expand the show, because I do pay for little things like the memberships on Twitter and the ads and shit sometimes. And the StreamYard obviously costs as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very nice, man, for doing that. Chickpea.
Right, ladies, I want to ask you something, okay? Why is it that the universe, God, call it whatever you like, changes the sequence of events when someone should have died or been involved in a bad accident, and things happen to change it? Paranormal things happen to change it. Why does that happen? Ladies.
I'm not sure. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that.
Right. When I was back in 1977, I should have died in a fire. I was basically, what happened was, but I didn't die in the fire because my unplugged phone rang to say to me, go to the kitchen. There should have been a fire, but there wasn't one, because, of course, I saw everything absolutely red hot and turned the cooker off. I was living, this is back in 1977, I was living in Berlin, living in a really pokey flat. And I'd come home late one night, drunk as usual, and I'd be doing a bit of cooking, didn't turn anything off. And I unplugged my phone. I remember unplugging it, the landline, because in that where I was living, you could do that. And I went to one of my little comas. And then the phone rang. So I picked it up, and the voice said to me, get up and go to the kitchen. Now, if I hadn't gone to the kitchen, my kitchen was just a sort of little space right by my front door, blah, blah, blah. There was all cupboards there. It was one of these pokey bedsit places. And it was about 6 stories up. So I would not be able to get out of my flat via the door. And if I jumped out the window, it would have killed me. So why? There should have been a fire. I should not have be woken up by an unplugged phone, but I was. And I
Wait, so
was.
you wait.
I'm not happy about it. I tell you something, I'm very unhappy about it. This happened 50 years ago nearly. I'm still unhappy, still haven't found out why. It's
Oh,
very
wait. So you're saying your phone was unplugged, and
yeah.
so no one should have been able to call you to let you know that the
Nobody
kitchen
ever
was
told
on
me, no.
fire.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
I know it's not
I
fun.
mean, I'm
It's very
not.
upsetting.
No, I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm just saying that it's mind blowing. Like
It's
if
horrible.
that really is true, that's incredible. That's insane.
No, it is true, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't true. And I really wish it, because I'm not happy about it. Still very unhappy about it, because I hate life on this planet. I think it's disgusting. And I just don't understand why I could have died that night.
But I believe with all my heart, mind, and soul that she is meant to be here, and someday she'll
Yeah.
figure out why if she
Yes.
opens up her heart enough to learn why.
Oh yes, I know. I'm
She
here for
will know why.
Oh no, I'm here to God knows what. Yes, I do know that. I have this horrible feeling I'm here to see something. I don't think here to actually do anything, because I don't think I am. I'm certainly here to see something. But I'm very unhappy about the fact that I should have died and I wasn't allowed to go. Something stopped it. And it did happen. I promise you. I wouldn't lie about it, because I'm very unhappy about it. I don't even like, it's something I'm very, very disturbed about, and have been all these years. And it happened, I was 1977, a long time ago. Because, I hate life on this planet. I loathe the place. I haven't got a good word to say. I love the animals and the flowers and the trees, but the rest of it, I'm not too happy with. I'm a radical vegan, I'm afraid, very heavy duty vegan. And yes, I'm not cut out to be here.
Wait,
And I still
so
maybe you just haven't, because there is this train of thought that that this entity we call Jesus is trying to save as many souls as possible. He's fighting against this indoctrination that we're getting from somewhere, this whole division and craziness. So maybe you just, and then I'm just talking off the top of my head, but maybe your indoctrination was heavy, and maybe you just you have another some level you haven't discovered yet, and it wants you to discover that, because you have to, you're here. But I get it. Many times I felt like something saved me from dying too.
Yeah.
And so yeah, let's try not, maybe don't be unhappy about it. Maybe try to see what
I've
else
even had
it
like
is.
I've even had a few instances when I was younger where like there was a few times where I was supposed to die, and then something stopped it from happening. Just weird, like random like accidents and stuff. It's strange. I don't know. Maybe it was really just random, and I just got lucky. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I don't. I'm very unhappy about it. Still am, and I'm 70 now, and I'm still unhappy about it. And yeah.
Well, actually, now that you talk about it, there actually
Oh, sorry. I'll tell you
go
something
ahead.
else that happened to me. I'll tell you something else that happened to me too. Back in very, very late 80s, I took a massive overdose, and I took a load of amitriptyline and all manner of drugs I got from everybody, blah, blah, blah. And I landed up in hospital, and I was in a coma for 5 days. But the doctor said to me, there is no way I could have survived what I had said I'd taken. I took it because I was quite serious. My whole life had fallen apart and I wanted out. And that was weird too. Really strange, because I took what I said I took. And I took a heck of a lot of stuff. And I suffer very badly from depression. Used to, especially when I was young. So it's sort of happened twice. Yeah. I'm not cut out. I just I'm not cut out to be here, and I'm not. I'm very antinatalist. I'm a radical antinatalist.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm happy that you're here. But based off of your experience and even my own experience, it seems I've seen like other people within the pessimist, anti-natalist like YouTube space. They've also talked about instances where like they've also like had instances where like they were supposed to die or
Yeah.
things happen to them and they somehow survive. So it's almost like if this really is a matrix, maybe like the demiurge does want us to stay here and suffer, but those
Yeah.
who actually do want us to stay here, like you always see like stories in the news about like these these young people who had so much going through them, like dying young. It's a very, very bizarre thing. So people like us who might want to go, we end up staying, and people like them who
Do you
want to
know,
stay here
guys?
end up dying.
There's an example of that, and there was this the first millennial Catholic saint was is it beatified? Is that what they call it?
Respectfully, it perhaps could have been some of the things that you were doing in your life needed to switch. And that was kind of like supposed to be like one of your wake up calls, and you chose not to wake up.
You talk to me now.
So I just wanted to say, I read a story recently. There was a saint, is it beatified? Is that what they call it recently? And he's the youngest one in a long time, and he's a millennial. He's only 15 or something when he died. I think he was born in 1991. And apparently in his young life, he dedicated himself to, well, Jesus. And he was a very religious young man. He was born in London, but then his family went to live in Milan or Milano. And basically, he spent his young life dedicated to Jesus. And he was a very gifted programmer, apparently. He made websites documenting Eucharistic miracles and just basically all stuff in that regard. As I said, he prayed a lot, etc., etc. But he died at a very young age, horrifically, from leukemia. And basically, yeah, he died at 15. He seemed to be a very nice young man. He died at 15 from leukemia. After he died, apparently there's been a few miracles attributed to him. So it might be worth checking him out. From memory, I think his name was Carlo. I'll just look him up. Carlo Young. I'll type in London because it was interesting.
I mean, and stories like that to me again just shows how absurd life is. Like I'm sure like had a lot of aspirations and goals, and obviously would have wanted to be here, but passed away young. Whereas people like us who may not want to be here, like we somehow managed to stay alive and stay here. It's just this reality really is strange. It's upside down. It's backwards.
Yeah. Because you know what I don't understand is, oh, sorry, can I say something? How do our souls come into being? I mean,
I'm just sitting here listening, guys.
But how do our souls come into being? So we have this soul.
No, we don't know. I don't know.
Nah.
Yeah,
My understanding, I have a.
So basically, I just want to say, guys, the guy's name is Carlo Acutis, who died of leukemia in 2006, age 15. He was beatified recently. Anyway, he's had a few miracles attributed to him. One of them was a Brazilian boy, Matheus Viana, who had a serious birth defect, which left him unable to keep down food. So basically, he was regurgitating all the time. And obviously, that would have been quite horrible. Acid and such. Apparently, the miracle dates back to February 2014, when the Brazilian boy, being inspired by young Carlo, visited his relic and touched the relic and said, "Stop vomiting." Basically, he was cured there and then. He never had a problem again with his apparent birth defect, which left him unable to keep his food down. There was another miracle from a young girl from Costa Rica who was studying in Italy, and she apparently was healed after suffering a head trauma. So she was unable to do this or that, and she was reportedly cured by the boy after he was invoked by her mother. Okay, so the mother obviously prayed in his spirit. Carlo has been informally known as God's influencer, as he's one of these youngsters who was on computers and used social media. There you go. So you can look him up if you want to. Carlos Acutis. We have Bastian Bash is in the house. Bastian
Yeah.
Bash.
Hello,
How are you doing?
everyone. Yeah, I'm all right.
You
Yeah.
you seemed a little bit grumpy in the chat there. Would you like to get something off your chest, or?
Yeah, well, on the topic of Carlo, like, like if he wanted to really live like Jesus, he would retreat in the woods and never be seen by modern civilization ever again. At least that's how the true Orthodox monks do it in Mount Athos,
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how Jesus lived, if he lived. By the way, I'm just saying the story of Jesus that I know, he didn't actually go off and stay away from people. He lived amongst
No,
them.
he did. He lived in the desert for 3 years,
Oh, 3. Yeah, he pretty much went missing, didn't he, before he was 33? And
Yeah,
then
for 3 years, and there's some ideas that he went to India and then
He
yeah.
learned about Buddhism. I heard that, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
he
why
did
would
go
he have to learn about Buddhism if he's the son of God? Anyway,
well,
whatever.
this is some of the views.
Well, here's the thing. I never said I followed that. I don't think he actually learned about those religions. I just says that was there, but he did went away for 3 years doing God knows whatever the hell he was doing, and that's what happened.
Why are you
That's
so
the thing.
angry
Do
about
we even?
tonight's
Oh,
topic?
okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bastian was a little bit infuriated with the topic in the comments. What is it that disturbs you?
What is it that disturbs me? Oh, I just think it's kind of absurd that you went from like wasn't your name like anti-nihilist outreach, and then you became like this, like at first I thought it was interesting because I'm also into these kind of topics, but whenever we talk about UFOs, I'm like, that's kind of like a bit like, I don't know, like absurd, like, and that's coming from a guy who believes in absurd things, but that's like,
well, you don't think antinatalism is absurd? You think it's going to achieve anything?
No, well, of course not, but like that's not.
Well, if it's also absurd, why can't you talk about anything then?
Why? Just a personal thing. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
J.E., do you have anything to say?
Oh well. Okay. Define. Go ahead.
I have a circumstances where a totally different situation happened to me as well. I was on my second floor of the house in the hallway because the piano that we had didn't fit into one of the rooms. So we'd have to play it in the hallway. I was sitting there, we were sequencing music so that we could come up with some different backgrounds for different things we wanted to do. And there was this intense light that came right up to the window. I mean, beyond just a regular light or a flashlight or, someone with high beams on. I mean, it was intense light that came right up to the window. So I looked over at the person I was sequencing with because it happens to be their house, his parents' house. And I said, "So you know them too?" And he chuckled and he says, "Yeah." He says, "They come here a lot." And so I walked up to the window, and as I walked up to the window, the floating ship backed up a little bit so that it could see into the hallway better, so he could see both of us at the same exact time. And the light got a little dimmer, so it wasn't quite so bright in our eyes. So as I walked up to the window, it was just hovering there. And I've not just had 1 or 2 experiences with our brothers and sisters. I've had many experiences with them. And so it's just something that you have to attune yourself to, make room for, open the door, ring the bell. I don't know. I mean, everyone has their own way of connecting to their inner selves and outer selves. But if you are willing to know more than what you know in this moment, that door will fling open and you'll get all of your answers. Now, you have to be keeping a clean mind, body, and spirit. You can't be, sitting there doing drugs and alcohol and expect the universe to come and knock on your door. That isn't how it works. You've got to keep your body clean. You've got to eat good, and you've got to detox. and you gotta, you know, I don't know. I'm not one to say prayers, but you have to tune your intentions into creating the answers you want to find out about, and you will get those answers every single time.
Very intuitive. Very
Wait,
intuitive.
Divine. So you mentioned
Bravo.
that. Oh, sorry. So you were speaking, Bastion.
I was just saying very intuitive.
Sorry, say again.
All I said was very intuitive. Bravo.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted to say to Divine. Well, you said you shouldn't do drugs, but what about people who've taken psychotropic drugs like LSD and magic mushrooms, and they said they've accessed the divine? Like, do you think they actually access the divine, or do you think they're just hallucinating?
I think that they contacted something, because if they're speaking their truth, then they've contacted something. But, I don't know if I'm going to get the truth or my truth or whatever it is I perceive it to be, the higher level my vibration is and my frequency of who I am, the more I'm going to connect to something at least at that frequency or higher. And that's what I desire. A lot of people don't think that way when they're under the influence of something. They'll just say, hey, I'm open to anything. Yahoo, let's just go. And Hazel's very cautious, and she pays attention to the universe around her. I've been getting messages since I was 8 years old. So, I'm divinely connected. And that's why I name myself Divine, because I realized at a very young age that I have always been and will always be divinely connected to the universe, not the Bible God, the asshole Bible God. I'm talking about the creator of all that is, the infinite creator, source.
Wait, what's the difference between the creator and God of
Okay.
the religions?
The Bible creator is the one that it's man-made. It's all man-made bullshit, and none of it pertains
Now
to
we're talking.
anything that why we're here. That's my understanding of it. That the Catholic Church was looking for it to create a community and have it be like the community. And so they started writing all these things down in a book, and people started reading it, and they went with it.
Or maybe it was the Roman. Yeah, well, you're right, the Catholic, but it was the more
I like
in
you,
tune.
Divine.
The Roman.
Let me just say right now, I like
Correct.
you, Divine. The black hole.
But I do know that that is, I call him the asshole creator, okay? Because he acts like every other asshole I've ever met in my life. The creator of all that is, the infinite creator, would never, ever allow his only son to be sacrificed for us. Because only women know this answer. Would you ever do that? No. And for all the fake reasons they gave, there's no way in heck that Jesus gave his life for us. He was not crucified. He was not any of the things that they say that he was. All he was an ascended master who came down here, made his life be an example of what we should make our life to be. And that's his message was pure. It wasn't all, I don't know, messed up like they.
Divine. I love you, Divine. I love you.
Mm.
I love you, Divine.
Thank you,
Black
Divine.
hole loves
I just want
Divine.
to welcome Mr. Noodles is on the show.
Thank
Good to
you.
have you here, Noodles.
Well,
Noodles,
how
are you
do I
keeping,
know
sir?
that his message was pure? Like, there's something called the C.S. Lewis trilemma. Either Jesus.
I'm sorry. I'm having some bad reception. I tried to say welcome. You're welcome, Divine.
Yeah, there's something called the Jesus trifecta by C.S. Lewis. It says Jesus was either the prophet, a liar, or insane. So like, how do I know that what you say about him is true? Like,
I would like to interject here. I'm telling you, if you can get your hands on the short ancient text,
Is it my phone or is it the live itself? I'm having some bad reception here.
It's your phone.
Yeah, it's mine.
The Pistis
to mute you,
Sophia
Black
seems
Hole.
to tell the story from the beginning to the end. Literally, why we're here, how we got here, who we are, who Jesus is. And the stories out of the Bible seem to have been picked out of the Pistis Sophia. And I hate that name. It's just an ancient text. And they threw that name on it and said it was a female. But we don't know if this entity is male or female. But this entity, I mean, it tells the story of the matter, Melchizedek, even how Jesus decided was given authority to come down here and see what the God of the Bible, which is the Demiurge or Yaldabaoth. And I disagree with you on a couple of things, Divine. He's a young, inexperienced God, or for lack of a better word, that is no more responsible for being here than we are. The entity that created him illegally is called Pistis. And if you go even further, it says that Melchizedek did something in this space where they have the particular kind of matter that we're made out of. Some of it got away, which is probably why he was down here really forever, as they say in the Bible. The Bible that they put, the 77 people put together, is bits and pieces of the Nag Hammadi and the Pistis Sophia. The Nag Hammadi was actually in the original Bibles, the really old 200-year-old Bibles. They took it out because they didn't, whoever this is that doesn't want us to have this information, they took it out, and started kind of rewriting it for their own purposes. But I mean, literally, Jesus says he was given authority. He's not the creator's son, as we kind of think. If you read this, and it just makes a whole lot of sense to me. It explains so much about everything, and I know that's kind of hard to accept. Where is this little text? Well, that's the way generally it is. Where was this text? Why was it hidden? I was shocked that so many people had never heard of it. Again, I don't know how it came into my life, but if you get your hands on it, if you really want to, even just not for trying to believe anything, just to get a different level of understanding. And you don't have to believe it or whatever, but I'm telling you,
we'll be giving it a read on this channel soon, Patricia.
Where you really should. It has changed everything in my life. And again, I've been a Muslim, a Baptist. I've been all of those. The only thing I didn't get into was Catholicism. It just never rang true to me. But just all of these other things. And here comes this one little book. And it's really obvious what was taken out of it. And then you have, even if you just look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's no way it could have swollen to over 1 million words. Because it's not, they were writing this stuff down on these little scrolls with these little pens, and and we've turned those texts into millions and millions and millions of words. So you'll never find the truth in that. Because
right,
it was tint.
I just want to welcome Noodles. He's been waiting patiently to say something. Hello, Noodles.
Hi.
Yeah,
I have a cold right now.
Oh no, I had one last weekend. Do you remember this time last weekend? I had a head cold and I had it for a few days. So yeah, commiserations. I know what it's like, brother. I hope it doesn't get any worse.
Yeah,
and I hope you heal quickly. I have to say, last week I had garlic and ginger with hot water and cloves and turmeric, black pepper, and I popped a Lemsip into it as well. And I even put a vitamin C effervescent tablet into it as well. And it seemed to do something. And I just kept drinking that.
Well, I'm on a juice cleanse right now.
Well, I hope that you feel better. It's really horrible. Like colds are just so brutal, aren't they?
Are you
Colds and
going
flu,
raw,
I mean.
Noodles?
What?
Are you going raw vegan?
I don't know. I mean, I've been raw before,
Yeah.
but I
Quite
really
hard.
think that at the very least I need to get more raw greens back into my diet because
Hmm.
I noticed a lot of positive changes when I eat way
Yeah.
more raw greens.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a
So
raw.
Noodles, you come on the show. Be honest, brother. Have you researched UFOs? Have you ever seen a UFO? Have you ever seen something strange in the sky? Is it something you've added some of your?
Yeah, I've seen Tic Tacs.
No, is that Noodles? Is that Noodles? Hi, Noodles. Hi, Noodles. Hi from Black Hole. Hi, Noodles.
Who's that?
I remember you from Thought Provoker. I just so good to hear from you again.
Black hole.
Oh, I don't know, but I don't remember. But thanks.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you again.
It's been a long time, Noodles. It's been a long time, Noodles. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I thought you would remember me. It's good to hear from you again.
Oh, you're not the Reverend, are you?
No, it's different geezer.
Okay. Well, good to talk to you again. Yeah, I've seen Tic Tacs. There was I'd say it was when I was about, might have been like 12 or 13 years ago. I was walking on, I think it was like Mount Fort Street. I think that's what it's called, or Mount Hood Street or whatever. In Boston, it's like in the Fenway area. And me and my friends, we we had just smoked some weed, but weed does not make me hallucinate. I don't know that anyone that it makes who it causes hallucinations for. And it certainly wouldn't cause the same hallucination for three different people. So I don't like it when I tell people this story and they're like, "Were you high?" And I'm like, "Well, I was smoking weed. That's it." But went on a walk and we started talking about UFOs and aliens and stuff. And literally, like 10 seconds into our conversation, one of the one of us said, "Look up," and we see these two like red orbs, like one's chasing the other one across the skyline, and they're doing all kinds of crazy maneuvers. And it was just wild. I just knew I'd never seen anything like it before, and I could not explain it. And if you look up red orb UFOs, there's plenty of footage now of these things, and it's very similar to what the Navy officers were
Are you in a
calling Tic
position to
Tac.
look that up for us right now, Noodles, to show us a picture or a video of what you've seen?
I mean, yeah, I'm near my computer. I mean, if you Google red orb UFO, it's.
No, if you could do it for us, that would be. I'm just doing something here. I'm sorry.
But I mean,
if you can't, you can't. Fine.
Okay. I mean, I just Googled it, and some stuff popped up. Like, I would just tell everybody, just Google it and go to images, and you'll see it. There's like a million pictures of them. And yeah, like some of the videos that are on
What are they called?
red orb UFO.
This is what you saw with your other friends.
Yeah, and our jaws dropped, and like, the videos that are out there of these things, they'll do crazy maneuvers and whatnot, and they'll sometimes one will turn into two or three or four, and sorry, just blowing my nose. The thing is, it doesn't necessarily. I'm not like necessarily sold that it's aliens or anything. Like, it could very well just be human technology that we don't know about. That we're not privy to. And there's, in terms of aliens, like, it doesn't. If let's say if it is aliens, it's not necessarily aliens from from another planet. It could be interdimensional. They could be interdimensional aliens, and I mean that's extremely far fetched, but that would be more likely than them being aliens from like the closest planet that I don't know like what the actual numbers are, but I'm pretty sure the closest planet that is in a Goldilocks zone that could sustain life is like light years away, and it just doesn't make sense. And probably like many light years away, to the point where it's not plausible that they came here from space. If it's aliens, it's more likely that there's some kind of interdimensional being. But even that, the most likely scenario is that it's humans, it's human technology. There's a small group of people that have this technology, and we're not privy to it. And just because most people don't understand it, doesn't mean that it's not real. So, yeah, that's my UFO story.
Wow. So just the once, right?
Yeah, just the once.
Mm.
Although I was,
what did your friends who had that experience say about it? What do they think of it, and have they had any other
I
experiences since?
I had one other experience, which could very well just be coincidental and not UFO, not a not a UFO. It could I was watching like a little while after that. I got really into like researching UFO stuff, and I was I was watching videos from this guy Stephen Greer, who I think is kind of a charlatan. I don't think he's for real, but either way, like at that time, I was so mesmerized. I wanted to be a believer, and he was saying, "Oh, yeah, the aliens in these craft, they have remote viewing, and they can read your thoughts, and so that's why they show up when you're like thinking about them, or like opening yourself up to seeing them or whatever." So one night I was with my other buddy, and we were in my backyard, and I was like doing this whole like prayer, like seance kind of thing, where it's just like, "Oh, I'm ready. I'm open to seeing you. I want to, I'm ready for the truth, blah blah blah." I was closing my eyes, just sort of like praying to these entities, and and my buddy was like taking a piss in the in the bushes or something, and then all of a sudden my ears started ringing, and I said to him, I said, "I'm getting something," and then as soon as I said that, we looked up, and there was like a flash, and like there was like a flash of light, and then like a shooting star. And that's probably all it was. It was probably just a shooting star, but it was just like a funny coincidence.
Yeah, that is a very strange coincidence. All right, Noodles, you are somebody who kind of ebbs and flows in and out of different feelings on this reality. I mean, you went when we spoke. Sorry, my microphone just fell over. When we spoke some time ago, you were saying everything is meaningless. Prior to that, you had some weird kind of
Everything is meaningless.
yeah. Prior to that, Noodles, you had some weird I don't know, psychedelic trip where you seemed to ascribe some meaning to things, and it wasn't necessarily good. Where are you at the moment, Noodles?
I'm still nihilistic. I don't know which trip you're talking about, but are you talking about when I was talking about my ayahuasca experience?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with that, it's just like it was just basically saying like, and actually, it was ayahuasca, and then any time after that I did DMT, I got the same feeling of like it's going on. It's gonna go on forever and ever. You're gonna keep showing your consciousness is gonna keep showing up in some form or another, and and sentient life in general is, and there's no fighting. There's no way to stop it. There's no way to prevent any sentient experience from existing. I'm not saying I believe this to be true. It's just what I was feeling or what I was being told, the Legos or whatever, the DMT was telling, my brain was telling me while I was on DMT. But it was like, just get comfortable, find your spot, like find some nook or niche in this existence and make the best of it, because that's all you can do, because you're just going to keep coming back and coming back.
Noodles.
Wait, what? You're saying I'm trapped here forever?
What?
You're saying I'm trapped here forever?
Well, that I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm saying that's what that's what my brain tells me when I'm on DMT.
Damn, man. Oh well. Oh, is it the view that since all of us are just at one fraction of the total like oneness of existence, we're essentially trapped within existence, just existing in different forms over different lifetimes?
I don't know. Like on one trip, I experienced that you keep kind of coming back as yourself with different variables, but you never really get to experience life as anyone else. But that's like sort of a hellish version. I mean, it doesn't have to be hellish. Like there can be ups and downs. There can be positive things that you experience, but I don't know. And then another trip, it was just like saying in general, like I'll keep coming back. So like there's no. It was basically telling me stop bothering with the anti-natalist activism, because it's a futile endeavor, and it's not in the sense that like you make a difference in one being's life and not a bunch of beings, or there's some threshold that you don't get to cross or whatever, but that literally you're not like changing anything for anyone. Like that you could prevent how many beings you prevent from coming into existence here is just going to be made up for somewhere else in the universe.
Yeah.
This isn't my first time here. This is definitely not my first time here.
Guys, I'll be right back. If you just keep the conversation flowing, please. I'm just going to get a drink in a few
Well,
minutes.
I don't know. I don't saying that I believe this to be true. It's just a feeling that I got, and I was on drugs, and I'm smart. I'm smarter. I'm smart enough to know that I shouldn't necessarily trust my brain, what my brain's telling me when I'm on drugs. But I do in reality see natalism and antinatalism as a catch-22 paradox.
Yeah,
But,
I can see that. I've also like entertained that same position because, on the one hand, while as anti-natalist, you would argue that it's not moral to bring someone into a chaotic, evil world like this. You can also argue that by having kids, they could potentially end up creating solutions to problems that humanity has. So I understand what you mean when you say that it can be a bit of a catch-22 paradox. But of course, I would lean more towards the side that it is immoral to bring someone here.
Yeah, I mean, I lean toward let's say this, I'm anti-natalist leaning, whereas I don't have like really great feelings about procreation. I just can't say for sure. Like, I can't feel sure enough about it that I'm willing to call myself an anti-natalist. Or I still think that every reason people give for having children is stupid. So I don't know, but I also feel the same way about anarchy. I used to be in government. I used to be an anarchist, or call myself an anarchist. Probably like kind of sort of a fake anarchist, but I think that's also another paradox or another catch-22 kind of situation.
Why do you say that?
Because both systems kind of um, for either system to like work well, it just requires um, that the aggregate of society is all like in agreement and um, acts accordingly, like, in an within a certain ethical framework. And the reason we have government is because people don't do that, and the reason government isn't great is because people don't do that. So it's like, it's just one of these things. It's not. I don't like. Yeah, only either one really only works if works well. I would say if the majority of people are on board.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So, Noodle, if you
When we
had
have
to say, if you had to guess, I guess, what what do you think is the the reason behind all of this? Because, like you said, one thought leads to madness. It all kind of leads to madness. You know what I mean? It's on one hand you have these ideas or these books or these things that seem to be given answers, and you can accept those answers, but ultimately when you look at the world the way it is, it still seems to be based in some level of insanity from somewhere. So do you feel like that, or do you like there's just, I don't know, sometimes it just feels like, and when you think about racism and then yeah, bringing kids into this, and then the teachers screwing the kids and the priests screwing the kids, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And yet you still have to find some level of understanding, I guess, so that you don't go crazy yourself. And so, of course, we find all these routes and these answers that make sense for us individually. Has anything made any sense to you at all, whether you were on drugs or off drugs? Have you had anything in your life that you could stand on solidly? And
like right now, it's my music. Like, I'm working on a couple albums. And I feel like those are the only things from personally that will allow me to feel like I've done something noteworthy with my life. Otherwise, I think my life is pretty pointless and useless, and that I'm kind of a worthless eater, or a useless
No, I
eater.
don't believe that. He preserves history through clothing as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like vintage
Yes,
stuff.
that's important. That is very important.
now, what do you mean
I
you
mean,
preserve history through clothing?
well, I
Who
like
Noodle?
collective vintage clothing, but
Okay.
but that's once again, these are all materialistic things. These are just you know, it doesn't actually necessarily I don't know, on a completely what's the word, like you, on a level of pure utility, it doesn't like necessarily improve anything. It doesn't. I don't know how to explain this. I
No,
feel
I
like
get it.
to really make a difference in society, you need to be doing stuff that advances society and like really improves life for a lot of people. Like when a cell in the body does not is not like useful anymore, and it's just basically taking up energy and space. Oftentimes, in a healthy body, it will just die off. It's called like apoptosis or something. And in an unhealthy body, it will, when it refuses to die, it becomes corrupted and it can turn into cancer.
I agree with
And
that. And
I don't know. I'm not saying that necessarily we're the same in that regard, but that's how I feel. I feel like, unless decided to really dedicate myself to some like STEM field, like learning, something that will really like improve society for a lot of people. That I'm just kind of I'm kind of like just one of those corrupted cells.
I get that. That kind of speaks to what I was saying about the realms, that if you're down here and your thoughts are only materialistic, or about what's going on down here, that when you leave the body, that's all you'll be, is that kind of thought process, and then you kind of disappear. But if you're thinking about higher things, then you are privy to those higher things. But that's interesting. Your take on the drugs things. That I actually saw those things too. That were I saw some orbs chasing each other that and before, and it was interesting that you said that. But yeah, you have to be careful, I think, when you're doing it with drugs, because I don't know, maybe you could tap into the wrong field.
Well,
But yeah, I just
I didn't see the orbs when I was on any kind of
right. You said
hallucinogenics.
just weed, right?
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I mean, plenty of people have seen those when they're
yeah.
sober. So
True.
the main thing is even those feelings that I have about myself, they're
Mhm.
just they're they're just subjective. There's no objective
Right.
meaning to any of this, so it doesn't even really matter. Like if what I really should do is I should try and truly embrace nihilism so that I can just enjoy whatever I'm doing no matter what and not feel guilty about it, because it doesn't matter. There's no right or there's no objective truth. Or I shouldn't say that. There is objective truth. There's no objective morality, is what I meant to say.
I agree, because if there's one source, as I was saying earlier, if there's one source where I don't care if it big banged or how it happened, all of everything we do, think, and feel has to have come from that source. So then you get to a place, I don't know what the term is, where you just start to accept that seems to be the only truth, and there really is no great right or wrong. It is, but you still get to choose.
Yeah,
You,
I mean, I have my
Yeah,
preferences. I have preferences, but
yeah,
and I try to persuade people to adopt similar preferences, or try to show them that they already hold similar preferences. They just have to align their actions with their values.
yeah. I'm at that same point, Patricia. I'm at the point where I've just come to accept that there is just this one source that all of existence emanates from, and it's basically up to us to basically choose what to do with our existence as a fraction of that one source. And so, yeah, it doesn't seem as though there is no right and wrong, and you just have to find a way to live life on your own terms that is suitable and enjoyable to you, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and we're taught such different strange things early on, and then you have to break away from all of that. And I will say, I think the first inkling of my breaking away was when I first smoked weed, and I was probably 18 or 19. And then I stopped smoking weed and doing any kind of drugs because I wanted to be really clear and aware when whatever kind of experience I was having, I wanted to really be in that experience. And I always felt like when I did any kind of drugs I was kind of in that experience and not in that experience. You don't know whether to believe it or not to believe it because you've used something else to kind of, even if your intention was not, I'm going to use this drug so I can try to call the spirits, but something happened while you were under the influence. So that's the only reason I stopped. I don't say that anybody else can't do that. If you have a real strong mind and you can separate those things, that's one thing. I didn't have that, so, but it's just interesting. This is just such an interesting conversation, I tell you. And I'm really glad you found me, DNW.
He went out to get his dog a walk. How about
did he?
BT?
Okay.
BT, you have any comments? Oh, he must have. How about you, Black Hole? You have anything to say?
Actually, I'm in the restroom right now. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
So,
BT, I see you unmuted your mic.
yeah, I'm kind of like in and out of consciousness right
You want
now.
to share anything?
No, I'm just listening. Sounds like I'm a bad guest right now, but
No, we all love you.
Yep.
I appreciate that. I'm like half asleep right now.
No problem. You don't have to comment. We just wanted to make you part of it if you were here. If you wanted to be.
I do.
You're on DNW's Friday Night Live. You're famous. We all love you.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Well, I am going to step away. Last time we did this, I was here for almost 5 hours, and I missed a lot of work. But I will pop in the next time you guys do something. This has really, really been very, very interesting, and happy to hear all of your ideas. And I guess just keep searching.
We're all happy to have you here.
Thank you, Patricia.
You're welcome. Have a good evening. Have a great weekend.
Same to you, Patricia. Nice meeting you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, don't anyone talk at once.
What a great time.
Guys, I'm just
time we
taking
had tonight with Patricia. Patricia, thank you so much. If you're still there, thank you so much. It was great to have you. So yeah, it was lovely to have her.
Yeah. Wait, so
be back next time.
Yeah, she was a great guest. So wait, do you guys believe in like Area 51 and that the government is hiding like alien like technology and stuff from us?
No, I don't believe that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Area 51 is not a conspiracy. It's a known military base. There is Area 51. It's just what the conspiracy theory is about what is being hid there. There is evidence that they have secret like like technology programs in terms of like travel and stuff like that. But in terms of housing aliens, I mean No one's proved that. But there is an Area 51. You can drive up to the gates. But if you drive up to the gates, you'll be escorted away with guns being pointed at you.
Damn.
My dad was in the Air Force, and he used to say that all kinds of things like that happen there.
Interesting. I mean, but I don't know. It feels like if aliens did exist, so it feels like they would be in contact with the U.S. government, right? And they probably would have some high level secret stuff that they would, you know, maybe share with them and give to them at like an Area 51, wouldn't they?
I don't think anything's secret anymore. And I think that that's what the situation is. Everyone's sitting there on the fence wondering what is going to happen next. I do know that the United States government has planned that they're going to put, quote, fake orbs up in the sky and claim they're a UFO invasion to threaten the people and make them scared. I don't believe that will be what actually happens, because there's
Project
more.
Blue Beam.
There's more to it than that. Let's just say it that way.
Yeah, isn't I think there's a conspiracy theory floating around that they plan to usher into the new world order by making all the countries come together under the guise of there being an alien invasion or something. So that makes sense that they would try to put a bunch of orbs in the sky and make it look like we're being invaded by aliens.
Yeah, but that's not gonna bring all the countries together.
I don't know. That's just how what that's what the conspiracy theorists say. I don't know.
Ooh. Yeah, I think it's going to be more or less like we'll finally all be on board for different countries having their own currencies and so forth and so on, and not having tariffs on each other and trying to clean up their act. And in the meantime, we will have legitimate, at some point, sightings that, as long as we can raise the frequency of the earth more. But that would only come about if we can all have love, peace, happiness, and joy towards all nations and all people, not just some. We
Yeah.
came down here for a reason, and that is to share what we know from the other side. And the only reason why I can say things like this is because I've had many lives here. And in all the different lives here, I've not only been a female, I've been a male in a couple of them. So I know that we have many lives here, and I know that I stood in line to come down here a number of times and to do all the different things I've done. And I think that the reason why is because I believe with all my heart, mind, and soul that if we can get everyone finally on the same page, then we would have the earth that we wanted to be on, not the one we've got now.
I mean, that seems almost impossible for because everyone seems so divided and they seem to be in their own on their own agendas and stuff. So I don't believe any sort of consolidation is possible.
Everything is possible. Anything is possible. You just have to understand that that is something that we came down here for. We all have a mission, and that mission is to all come together, whether we want to or not. That is our mission here this time around.
That's just like
I hope
your
so.
opinion, man.
And Noodles, your audio sounds a bit low.
I was just saying that's an opinion.
Oh, Define, you want to respond to that?
She doesn't
I
have
don't
to.
know. It just doesn't make sense. When you go to the different galactic conferences and you are in the like-minded surroundings, and you hear different people's stories about the ships that they've encountered and the different energies that they feel when they're around or on those ships. It's I don't know, it's kind of like family. I don't know, I can't explain it. It's just when I'm in that vibe, it's just like it's like amazing. It's like it's almost out of body, otherworldly. Anyways, when you go there and everybody else is thinking and feeling the same thing you are, it's the same exact thing when you go to one of those comic book conventions. You know how everybody dresses up to their favorite character and so forth, and everybody's talking comics, and it's like that sort of energy, but a different venue.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, Brother Marcus. I don't know. It's just that the U.S. government seems to be, at least from what I've experienced, they seem to be the ones that seem to be the most vocal about talking about aliens. So that's why I said the U.S. government and not any other government.
Right. It's because they have no choice. They've been given no choice. Their back is against the wall. They either have to come clean about the fact that there are other worldly places, people, or it's not going to go well. There won't be any galactic fighting down here because that's not where we come from. That is definitely not where it's at. It's about getting people all on board, the same vibration, to create the world that we thought this was going to be. Did you all come down here saying, oh yeah, we're going to encounter priests that rape children, we're going to watch people stab each other and kill each other? And I mean, what kind of a life did you think we were coming down here for? Something to do?
Right.
I don't believe that I'm down here for something to do. I believe I'm down here to create the world that I want. And the only way I can create the world that I want is to be the person that I am, which is an individual, very individual, extremely weird. I honor that. And I've learned over time to start loving myself more and more and more each day and stop being so damn shy. And that's why I'm here. Okay. I mean, I was so shy, you never could see. I mean, I know people in high school that don't even remember who I was because I was so awesomely shy. And I'm trying to get out of that to try to explain to everyone that I am here for a reason and I know my purpose and I'm sharing it. And I love myself enough to be okay with myself, because why would I be here being the person I am if I wasn't meant to be here, to be the person I am? That's where I'm at.
I'm glad you've been able to learn to love yourself, because that is difficult for a lot of people to do. So I'm glad you've been able to accept yourself and realize that you don't need the external validation of others. So awesome.
I'm not perfect by any means. I fall off my little tiny wagon every once in a great while when something doesn't quite go the way I'd love for it to be. But I just pick myself up, dust myself off, and I just keep going, because I know in my heart of hearts that we're not just down here for something to do. I know we're not. There's more to it. And you know what's really going to be fun? I'm not talking about anyone in the chat now, because you all are individuals and I don't know you for sure, but I know that I've been criticized since I was so young, that I lived in a fantasy world, and I cannot wait until the time comes when I can look at all my relatives and say, nah, 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 I told you so. And I can't wait for that day.
It's gonna be a great day.
It will be, because I've always, even when I was younger, like, I just knew stuff and I didn't know how come I knew it. And my mother hated my guts because I just knew stuff. Damn you, DNW.
No, but I was just doing the you'll get the last laugh. That's what I mean. Yeah. Okay.
So it's just irritating to know that when I was younger and right up through the years, I've always been like, oh, I don't have an issue being, I'm the black sheep of the family, and that's pretty much okay with me. I don't have an issue with that, but there's so many against me. That was the part that was hard. I didn't even have one ally. So as I started growing up, my allies started being other people in other people's families who were also black sheeps of their families. So, yeah, it was a strange situation. I don't even think I've had probably 10 friends in my whole life, and a good probably 9 of them they didn't even know what a friend was. So I only have 2 now. Because
Wow.
I will not hang around with people who don't have it. If you don't got it, you're out of the picture.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm really sorry that your family, they were so dismissive of you and that they shunned you.
Yeah, well, they keep dying off now. Slowly but surely, they're dying off.
So
I don't have anything to prove.
I'm guessing you didn't really keep in contact with them over the years.
No, I dismiss myself of it. If I'm going to sit there, all right, this is what happens. So, in one particular instance, one particular family member, and his wife and their children, when his wife said, "Oh, she can come over 2 times a year, and I'll be okay with that." I said to her, "Hello, Myrna, if I can't come over 365 days a year to visit, then I don't want to be here on the 2 days you think I should be. I'm out of here." Because no one's going to dictate to me who, what, when, where, and why. Only I can do that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Very good.
I agree with that. Like if they're not willing to have you over every single day, then it makes no sense for you to hang around them if they only want you over for a couple of days a year. Like because that shows that they don't really value your company.
And you know how I heard this? I heard this from my grandchildren. My son's children told me that. She never came up to my face and told me that. They told me. And I said to them, I'm going to tell you right now, don't be expecting me. And they said, what? And I said, you heard me. I'm standing up for who I am and what I am. If you need to see your grandmother on any freaking day you want to, you come on over here. But in the meantime, I'm going to be here and this is where I belong. I'm not going over to somewhere else where I not belong. So I don't. Works for me.
Yeah.
I have fun over here. I have so much fun over here. I just walk up the hill, sit there in that great big field and see all the action in the skies. I've got a telescope if I want to have even closer. Sometimes I don't even need the telescope. All I have to do is put my binoculars up to my eyes and I see the whole world just the way it's supposed to be. I get answers to my questions through meditation and other things that make me go into a meditative state. It's like
hello to Last Minute Lacey and Yerf Dogs. Come on
it's
the
fun
show
over
if you
here.
can.
That sounds wonderful, Divine. I'm happy that you're able to find some peace and solace in that new place that you moved to.
It's fun here.
And by the way, I need to get a telescope myself because I wanna be able to take a close up look at what sort of crazy things are happening in the night sky and in space. So yeah, I gotta get one myself. Wait,
They're not
Lacey
as
just said
expensive as
hello and then she left?
they're
Oh,
not as
sorry, go ahead.
expensive as they used to be. They used to be very, very expensive and they're not as much anymore.
Oh, how much is it for one now?
Well, if you're going to make an effort, anywhere between 5 and 1,000, you could get a nice one, really nice one.
Okay. That's reasonable, I guess.
Yeah, I thought so. considering what you end up
Are
seeing.
you there, Lacey? Lacey? I
Yeah.
don't know if you're there. We said hello to Lacey, but then she said goodbye. Okay, Lacey, if you want to come on, please do. We wanted you to. And Yerf Dog says he'll be on in a little while.
Yeah. And I also relate to being the black sheep of my family as well too. But I've also never really fit in, and I've always been seen as a really weird person within my family. So I relate to being a black sheep as well.
Cool. Hello, Brother Marcus. Welcome.
Greetings. Happy Friday.
Hey, what's up, brother Marcus?
Hello, Brother Marcus. So, Brother Marcus, you said you're a black sheep. I'm a black sheep. I think we're all pretty much black sheep, to be honest with you. So,
Yeah.
I feel like you're kind of like a party black sheep. Like you can come and go in social circles, but you're still like on the edge.
yeah, I can ingratiate myself. I walk in and walk out kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
He's a shapeshifter.
Social chameleon. Isn't not, you know, some people would say it's a bad thing, you know, but I would say I don't do it for manipulative reasons. It's just kind of because I was always an in-betweener, you know.
Well, I like variety, you know. I'm
sorry?
I like variety. Like later tonight I'm gonna go
Yeah.
probably watch a game at the pub and hang out with different friends, you know. You know, just different things. I have different set of friends to go for hikes and you know stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they like.
I don't know what. By the way,
they
what was
don't like
last minute Lacey?
perfectionism,
Last minute Lacey came on and said hello, and then she said goodbye straight away. I don't know. Anyway, maybe she had to go somewhere.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Hopefully it wasn't like you didn't say hi right away.
Yeah, I don't actually get to read the chat 24. You know, every message. Unfortunately, some of them slip through the net.
I think she should connect with Noodles.
Right. Why is that?
Why is that?
I just think they're both exactly alike.
Oh,
wow! Look who's
back.
up.
Oh, speak of the devil. There you go.
Wow, Devani, you summon Noodles.
Yeah.
You want to know a weird synchronicity?
Thought provoker.
Speak of the devil. Sorry, what did you say, Noodles?
You might be.
You want to hear a weird synchronicity?
I think so.
So today I was watching a movie called The Long Hot Summer. It's a Paul Newman film. And there's an actress in that movie who has a brief cameo in the movie. Her name is Sarah Marshall. And I was looking up the different actors in the film to see what other movies they'd been in. And when I was looking up Sarah Marshall, of course, the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall, which is like a popular like American teen movie kind of thing, came up, right? Although that's wasn't what I was looking for. Sarah Marshall's a different person. She's a British actress from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But anyway, it was interesting. I saw the name of that other film, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and then I just read the headline of Russell Brand being charged with rape and sexual assault, and I was reading an article about that, and it turns out he was in a movie he was in the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and it mentioned that in the article. I'm just like, for that to pop up twice in one day like that felt was kind of weird.
What do you think, guys? Was that an interesting synchronicity?
Yeah, kind of. Kind of, but then the question
the thing
becomes,
is,
what was the universe trying to tell us?
Popular American movie, if it's a popular American movie, it's no surprise that a popular celebrity would be in it, right?
Well, no, the synchronicity is that I read the title. The and looking up like things about someone, a celebrity, two different unconnected celebrities, I ended up reading the title Forgetting Sarah Marshall, when I would never have really thought or cared about that movie in a million years.
Well, maybe the universe is telling you to watch that movie. Maybe there's a special message in there for you or something. I don't know.
That's actually a good point. I'm going to look up this film and read the plot if you want. Would you like me to do that?
I don't care.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but Noodles, you never know. Maybe the universe is trying to send you a message through that movie, and you should watch it.
Why should I care what the universe thinks?
No, I'm not saying you should care, but I'm just saying it. Maybe that's what the universe wants you to do. What you decide to do is up to you.
Okay, you ready, guys? Composer Peter Greta is devastated when his girlfriend of 5 years, TV actress Sarah Marshall, dumps him out of the blue. To get over Sarah, he decides to take a trip to Oahu. However, his hopes for a relaxing getaway are ruined when he learns that Sarah and her new boyfriend, British rock star Aldous Snow, are staying at the same resort as him. Rachel Jansen, a hotel concierge, takes pity on Peter's situation and offers him an expensive suite for free. Peter's heartbreak is aggravated by awkward run-ins with Sarah and Aldous, along with seeing all the vacationing couples at the resort. Things improve when he begins spending time with Rachel and developing feelings for her. While hanging out one night, Peter confesses to Rachel that he hates his day job composing TV show music, and that his true passion is writing a Dracula puppet comedy, rock opera. At a bar, Rachel volunteers Peter to sing a song from the opera and cheers him on as he performs the number. On a day out hiking with Peter, Rachel dares him to jump off a cliff into the ocean. He makes the jump but is caught by some vines and is left dangling off the edge. With some prodding from Rachel, he lets go and safely lands in the water, after which she kisses him. Meanwhile, the relationship between Sarah and Aldous is showing signs of trouble. This is exacerbated by the news that Sarah's latest TV show has been cancelled and that Aldous is about to embark on a world tour with his band, Infant Sorrow, for 18 months. At the same time, Peter's room is needed by new occupants and he is placed in the suite next to Sarah's. Aldous and Peter run into each other. Oh my God. This goes on. Sorry, guys. Do you want me to keep reading it? Aldous and Peter run into each other while surfing one day. During the conversation, Aldous reveals he and Sarah began having sex a full year before she broke up with Peter. When Peter later confronts Sarah about this, she tells him she began feeling disconnected emotionally from him and that she could no longer salvage their relationship. Sarah becomes aware of the budding romance between Peter and Rachel and starts to feel jealous, while Peter realizes that his relationship with Sarah... Okay. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I've read a lot of it. It's one of those situations where I feel awkward because I read so much of it. I should kind of finish it, but I'm only halfway through. And I think basically,
going.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Greg, by all means, keep going.
Okay, Sarah
Wait,
becomes
I'll be
aware
right
of
back.
You could watch the
Hold
movie
on.
yourself.
It's nearly over. I've only got 3 more paragraphs, okay? Sarah becomes aware of the budding relationship between Peter and Rachel and starts to feel jealous, while Peter realizes that his relationship with Sarah wasn't as good as he remembered. Sarah, Aldous, Peter, and Rachel later share an awkward drunken dinner together. After the dinner, Peter takes Rachel back to his hotel room and they begin to have sex. Hearing them through the wall, Sarah tries to compete with the couple by initiating sex with Aldous and moaning loudly. When Aldous realizes Sarah is trying to provoke a reaction from Peter, he pushes her off and tells her she's clearly not over her ex-boyfriend. They bicker furiously, prompting Aldous to announce that the relationship is over. The next day, Peter learns Aldous has broken up with Sarah and is flying back to England. Peter goes to Sarah's room to console her, which leads to Sarah admitting she still loves him and wants to reconcile. The two start to engage in sexual activity, but Peter abruptly cuts it off because of his feelings for Rachel. He immediately goes to Rachel to confess what happened, but she is hurt and demands that he leave and never contact her again. Before leaving, Peter goes to the bar they visited and removes a topless photo of her that was hung in the restroom's art collage without her consent. He returns the photo to her, bruised from a beatdown by the bar owner. He flies back to Los Angeles after a period of sadness and self-loathing. He begins working on his Dracula puppet opera, Taste for Love. He sends an invitation to Rachel for the opening night performance. Although extremely hesitant at first, Rachel eventually decides to attend. After the successful performance, Rachel congratulates Peter and tells him she's looking into staying in the area. She leaves so Peter can bask in the success of his show, but quickly returns to Peter's dressing room to tell him she misses him. The film ends as they embrace and kiss. There you go. I mean, it's a fucking romantic, I suppose it's probably a comedy. What is it? Romantic comedy, yeah, rom-com. It doesn't sound like my cup of tea, but it sounds like something that's up Nick's or Noodles street, right?
Hey, what? I didn't have any interest in watching it.
I'm joking. Yeah. So, and any meaning from the synchronicity, Noodles, that can be derived from the plot of the film?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Sometimes
Maybe
there
it's
are
not
just
synchronicity.
coincidences.
Yeah, they're apparently coincidences, but apparently they make you look for meaning in something. Apparently.
Do the UFOs give us meaning?
Did the UFOs give us meaning?
Isn't there like Egyptian encrypt
hieroglyphics?
Right. Yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
E.T. E.T. phone home. E.T. phone home. Remember E.T.? It was made the year I was born, 1982. A good movie. Steven Spielberg.
It was a good movie.
Everybody knows E.T., right? E.T. the Extraterrestrial, 1982. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
You guys know that, right?
I
do. Of course I do. It's a classic.
All right. There you go. It's classic. It's about as classic as they come. That's about. Of course, we got the old movie from back there, and what was it? What the Close Encounters of the Third Kind? That was a good movie, alien movie as well, right? Anybody seen Planet 51? Planet 51. Remember the old green guy movie from about 10 years ago? Anybody seen Planet 51?
No.
That's a good movie. It's just I reckon it's all right. It's not the best. It's not as good as E.T. Anyway, I'm sorry for interrupting, DNW. I'm just speaking my mind.
I'll interrupt you.
Continue, sir.
Well, I'm trying to find a video on UFOs in hieroglyphics. See if there's anything.
May I share another story?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it would be our absolute delight.
Well, it's not a story; it's a truther.
Go on.
By all means.
I was in California to watch my granddaughter, my first granddaughter ever, be born in 2005. And so I get there and I spend time with them for like 2 weeks. And then I said, okay, I've got to get out of here. I've got someplace to go. So I jumped in a rental vehicle and scooted up to Mount Shasta. I knew that I was supposed to be there. I knew why I was supposed to be there, but I didn't know the whole gamut of what was going to go on. But I was all excited. I get up there in like 6 hours, and that was like rocket science. I mean, I don't know how I did it. But I got up there quickly, and the universe told me to stay on the mountain that night. So I did. I woke up the next day, and I went in town to the Chamber of Commerce to find some things to do. And she was going to give me a list. And I told her that I'd stayed on the mountain, and she goes, "Oh, you don't need that list. You want this list." So she gives me another list of some things to do in town. And the first one was a bookstore where I could get all the books that I never am able to get anywhere else. So I threw those in the trunk, and then I went across the street, and there was a Vogel crystal shop there. And I played around with these $10, $15, $25,000 crystals. She wasn't saying anything. She was allowing me to. And normally you're not allowed to touch them. So I was having fun. And then I made an appointment for a session the next day. Left there, and then I went across the street to a little tiny eclectic store that had music and jewelry and incense and a bunch of other little things like that. And I was supposed to get a necklace, and I knew what it was looking like and what I was supposed to be getting, but I couldn't get it if I didn't have, quote, the rest of the story. So I said, well, I can't get this one yet because I don't have the rest of the story. I haven't run into the person that this is connected to give me the rest of the story. So I'll have to get this one instead. And so the lady said, okay. So just as she said, okay, I heard the door open, but I did not turn around. I said, that's the rest of the story coming through the door right now. Well, she was a very well-known author from the area, and her and I connected because we were supposed to do some healing on the mountain. So I ended up getting the necklace that I initially went in there for. And then she went on her way, and we agreed to meet after my healing session the next day. So from there, I went down the street and around the corner, and there was this huge, 6-room place that was all kinds of funky things that you would find in an eclectic store. And I went to hit this humongous crystal bowl. I mean, it was humongous. I could sit inside of it and no one would see me. And I tapped it, and I was just trying to connect with it because I needed to find where I was going to stay. And I needed to find out where I wanted to eat and a bunch of other things. So I was just trying to ground myself in order to get those answers. And then a friend of mine who I knew in Maine had already moved there, but she was just at a meditation group the week before. And so I was looking for her so that she would come out there with me, and come to find out she left a week before to move there permanently. And she was there in the room. And so her and I connected. We had a wonderful weekend, spend it with Saint Germain weekend. Then we went back up to the mountain, and it was 6 p.m. on a full moon. And the universe said, I want you to climb the mountain. And I said, when? He said, tonight. And I went, tonight? Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'll be all right. I just didn't stay with the clan to close the ceremony with them. I just started to climb the mountain because that was what I was told to do. So I started climbing the mountain. I got up there, and then there was this wall. And then, of course, I didn't feel like I could walk through the opening of the wall until I put something there as, just kind of like permission, here. So I found this rock. It was heart-shaped. I put it on the left-hand side. Looked around for something to put on the right-hand side, and I found a triangle. So once I put both of those items there, and if we did an aerial, they would still be there unless someone took them off the wall. So I walked through, and I got to the center of the top of the mountain and started descending in a spiral staircase. I got down about 15, 16 steps, and I don't even have any clue what happened. The next time I had any cognizance as to where I was standing beside the rental vehicle at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, but what happened in between? Well, I have since done some research. They said I was there to help them move the mountain centimeters, and that they had been waiting for me. And they couldn't wait till I got there to help them do this, because in some other lifetime, I promised them that I would be the one that would do that work. And that's one of the other stories, that there's people that live down there in that mountain.
That's very strange. There's people that live down there.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, because I didn't realize in the moment, but I had grabbed the author's books, and I didn't even realize they were her books that I had grabbed until I got home here, and I started flipping through them. And those books were based upon the life of people in the mountain. That's how I found out there were people down there that I talked to, obviously, that I didn't even have any idea I talked to them.
That's a very strange one, Divine. But you have
Yep.
had a lot of very strange experiences, darling.
I've had many, yeah. But I'm open to them, too. I don't close myself off to them.
I know.
So,
Divine, do you want to watch this video here? Because Brother Marcus brought it up, something about ancient Egyptians here and proof for UFOs, apparently. This is on the History Channel, so thank you, History Channel.
You believe in that? Before we proceed, do you believe in the
face of the earth?
Sorry?
I was just making a mention. Do you believe in the actual production of 10 Commandments with Moses, since we're talking about Egypt?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Doug here from Learn to Trade Smart Charts. I'm the guy who offered you a whole trading program in Smart Charts.
If you're a business owner, 3D character videos are the best way to grow your business and make more sales.
There you go. There you go, guys. So sorry for torturing you with that. We got Yerf Dogs is here in the house. Welcome, Yerf Dogs.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. None the wiser as usual. But you know, it is what it is.
I believe everything on
we had
this
a full
channel.
house.
Everything.
There you go. So Brother Marcus says he'd come back on after the video was over. I don't know where the others went, but they probably got bored and they were too polite to say. Yeah. Divine, I know you found that terribly boring. So you don't buy into any of what was said there. To be honest with you, I considered it just a relaxing interlude. I half listened, and I'm really sorry about that. I know that's not very professional, but I did get the gist of it. They think that we are in a halfway house, and we're going to join the gods one day. And they kind of had all crazy myths about dung beetles, and the sun was a pile of shit that the dung was rolling over the hills. The dung beetle was rolling over the hills, or at least it seemed like that. Brother Marcus, what did you get from that video? Anything at all?
I was trying to pay attention to where they connected the UFOs, and I didn't really see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I didn't see it either, because even though the video was apparently about that, but I didn't see. I actually didn't even see anything about UFOs. Did you?
No.
No. So
Nope. But I was like half listening, so maybe I missed it. But
yeah. Well, they did mention that apparently one of the gods was a robot. He looked like a Tesla coil. I kind of burst out laughing at that stage, and yeah. So, none the wiser. But maybe we should have watched something else. In fairness, it wasn't a very good video. I don't think it's worth getting a copyright strike for. But I probably will get.
Other thing that I don't know if I was into, but I looked into it at the time, was crop circles or crop signs.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can see how they're done, though, right? I see how they're done. You know, when you walk through a field of corn or
Some
wheat,
of
or
them
whatever,
are like really big with a lot of intricate details and.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't actually believe in them, but it takes a lot of work.
It takes a lot of skill. It takes a lot of skill. Yeah. They're very skillful. Yeah, skillfully done. I think they were kind of sometimes done for to get a few tourists in the area.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah. That's generally what these things are about, you know. Yeah.
But from what I remember, the Egyptian hieroglyphics, or what is it? Like there was some stuff about visitors from other worlds.
Yeah, yeah,
But it's
yeah.
been many years since I looked into any of that, so I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean,
anything.
there is something. I mean, I know there's this Ancient Aliens, isn't there, program that repeats on some cable TV programs, and it talks about that a lot, right?
Mm.
But yeah, maybe we'll look into that at some point. It might be a fun thing to do, you know.
Do you know anything about stargates?
Stargates? No,
Mhm.
I really don't.
Yeah.
Do you, Divine? Have you UF Dogs heard of Stargates before? Well, what are they, Brother Marcus?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Aren't they like wormholes or something?
Maybe.
I got
like
my information from the TV series.
It was a good series, yeah.
Are they like portals or something to another dimension or something? Is it, or another universe?
Wormholes. That's yeah. That's the extent of my knowledge of them.
Okay.
I was just throwing out things, hoping someone would know more.
I can make stuff up.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like that's what they were doing on that video. So why not?
Isn't a Stargate where it comes in between two particular points, and in order to get from one point to the other, you need to go through the Stargate?
They're like a portal, then.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna get a drink, guys. I'll be right back. If anybody wants to join, please do. I'll come back and let you on in a moment.
Well, I'm not a professional. I just have UFO connections.
Oh, that's Divine Hazel, right? How you going, mate?
Yes. How are you?
Good, mate. Rocking the free world. Yeah, I only know Stargates as I just always assumed that there was some kind of portal, and I remember there was a conspiracy. Well, I mean, conspiracy's one of those words that's lost its meaning, I guess. But the CERN, was it the collider? The collider thing is shaped in the same way as a Stargate. So some people were going, "Oh, they're trying to make a wormhole portal to some other dimension."
I used to have a portal in my master. It was the master summer bedroom upstairs. And my my sweetheart would come up, and I had my room roped off, and he goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "This part right here, this only little teeny tiny part right here is the only part you can't go to or go through or go in or near." And he said, "Why?" And I go, "I can't explain it and you won't understand it, so there's no point in explaining it." But when he would leave, that was how I connected to the other side. Because we had to sometimes sleep in separate rooms because I worked second and third shift. I would do my working at the hospital the first shift, and the second shift I would do my taking care of elderly people who were passing away, hospice work. So, and he would wake up at the crack-ass morning dawn there and rummage through the house, and I couldn't sleep. So we had to come to an understanding that we had to sleep in separate rooms for a bit. And so that's how I understood the portal came into play when I was by myself, and I was already up at those hours anyways. So it was a really fun time up in that bedroom, that's for sure.
How would you describe the portal?
It's just like no one ever asked me that. Boy, I'm glad that this is a Black Sheep channel. It's almost like when you step inside of it, you got like ducky bumps and chills, and it was like it was a different sort of energy than if you stepped out and went to the right hand side of it or left hand side of it. It was just a totally different energy, and you could tell it was something because it kind of had this really low range a noise of some sort. It wasn't a noise that was irritating, because there's some noises I can't listen to because I have some sort of a thing. They diagnosed me for it a whole 100 years ago, but I still have it because I won't take chemicals. But it's when people talk at, or they say, or they do actions that are irritating noises. I can't do that. Like gum chewing and pencil tapping and water running. And I think the worst is when someone's pouring a cup of coffee or tea when you're watching a movie. Oh my God. It's like pulls my hair out. But anyways, it's the energy of when you're standing in the portal, it's a totally different energy. It's not the same as like when you're just walking around.
Does it have
Static. I would almost call it like a static.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, does it sound like static or like the old TV kind of
Yeah,
whatever
but
that
not quite that loud like a sound like that. It's just how it makes your body feel when you're standing in it is kind of like electrical.
Okay.
It's almost like you're being prepped to travel wherever you're going.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
That does sound cool.
But yeah, we have a portion of the equator is up here in Maine, in Perry, Maine. And when you're close to the equator, when I'm closer to the equator, it's kind of cool when I go up there. I love it up there. The energy is totally different. So you have those moments where if you're near a sacred site, that your body just does its own little thing, and obviously you're acknowledging it. If you're around people who are of like mind, you can share it. If you're not, you have to keep it to yourself, and that kind of sucks. But yeah, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So you dogs, have you ever seen any UFO or had any connections or been on a ship or?
Not a UFO. I guess I've got a question for you though. How do you know that what you're experiencing is not just something that your mind makes up?
Okay, I've had a very, very strong intuition since I was a kid. And I knew I was onto something when everybody else thought I was loopy. So I honed it. Much like a baseball player, if he's going to be pitching, he warms up his arm and takes care of his arm and keeps trying to throw that ball faster and faster each time because he wants to be the pitcher of the game. It's the same exact thing. I honed the intuition and messages from the universe and spirit or whatever you want to call it. And I honed those so that I could be in touch with what I wanted to be in touch with. And I still get messages. My intuition's really, really good. I can usually tell if there's someone I don't like, but I can't say that I don't like them to their face because that's not very nice. I just avoid them or I don't speak to them much. I'm just polite, but I'm not totally invested in them. And I try not to be that way, but I can't because my energy picks up on people and it tells me about them. So there's been a few that I've just can't be near or engage with because their energy is so off to the left or to the right, whichever. So yeah, I can tell, I can pick up on energy and I can tell if someone's legit or not, or whether they're just spouting because it's something to do.
But how do you know it's not just a product of your mind?
Because it doesn't come through my head.
How do you know?
It comes through my gut.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's not really.
Your gut is the brain of the body. And if you have a clean gut, you will also be able to read people and be intuitive and channel messages as well. Everybody has this gift. Everyone who comes from one side of wherever we come from to here to Earth has those gifts. And if they hone them and they strengthen them, then they have them even stronger. Like you must be really phenomenal in something. You didn't just come down here and flop around. What are you very, very good at? because you've honed that skill. It's the same thing. If you decided to hone the skill of intuitiveness, you'd have it in a heartbeat.
How can we test it? That's what I'm really asking. Okay, so I'm a materialist, and I don't think anything exists apart from the material. And when it comes to these kinds of claims, I just ask, how can they be demonstrated without access to your mind? Like, is there some external way that we can confirm that what you're talking about is actually external to your mind and not something that your mind has created?
Because our brain is not meant for that. Our brain only holds memories. It doesn't, everyone thinks the brain does so much more than it actually does.
Okay,
The brain just holds memories and thoughts and processes that you create. Anything that you,
how do you know that?
excuse me?
I'm just going to keep asking, how do you know that? I'm trying to dig into, I understand that you feel you have these intuitions. I mean, I have feelings as well, but I don't, I assume that at least a lot of the time, or most of the time, if not all the time, that it's something that maybe my mind has created rather than an external event. And even if I believe it's an external event, there's no way that I can prove that. There's no way I can demonstrate it.
Yeah. Our brain doesn't do that. I don't know where that comes from, but that's my belief system. Our brain only stores memories of what we've experienced in our lifetime. It's not in present time going, oh yeah, well, I want you to say this and you ought to say that and you're feeling this and you're feeling. It's not it. When I'm having intuitive moments, sometimes I'll be sitting there, like I'll be like in groups of people, I have to know them really well. Spirit will start telling me stuff to tell people in the chat, in the group, not in the chat, but like wherever I'm standing. And I'll say, no, really? I have to tell them that? Yeah. I said, okay, can I pull them aside and tell them? Yeah, do it any way you want to, but they need to hear this. Sometimes I'll be in my car and I'll be going to a conference or a group somewhere that not near me, traveling in my car, or sometimes even on the way to the chiropractor. He's done that before. He'll say, can you go through Boston? And I'll say, right now? Yeah. Okay, I'll go. So I go through Boston. And as I'm just about ready to come out of Boston, I say, do you want me to continue being in Boston or may I leave? And I'll get the answer, one or the other. And if I get the answer to stay, I'll go back around. And if I don't, then I leave.
Who are you asking these questions of?
I have a guidance system, a God phone that I call. That's what I call it.
Do you hear like a voice in your head or something, or is it just like a feeling or something?
It's like a feeling in the gut of in my pit of my stomach, and it tells me the stuff that I need to do and where I need to go and what I'm supposed to be doing. And basically, all it is they needed not particularly my energy, because I believe that I'm just a person, but I think that my body is used as a conduit of the energy that they're sending down through me to the Boston area. And then I'm able to leave, and then I leave.
Interesting.
What's that squeaking?
And it has.
Sounds like a bird or okay. It's J.
Sorry. But yeah.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah. What'd you do? Or you don't have to tell us if it's embarrassing.
No. I went to a different room. I went to a different room in the house.
No. Tell us if it's embarrassing. That's actually a good thing.
No. At night, the crickets are really, really loud outside, so that's why.
That's not cricket noises, boy. I know crickets.
Yeah, I do too.
Come on, son.
That was some sort of a squeaking, but it definitely was not crickets.
Well, it is though. I can show them to you if you want.
Really?
Yeah, every single night, like they tend to come out and make their noises really loud. It's really annoying.
Yeah. What kind
But
of?
yeah,
Oh, sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, so that's interesting that you say that because I saw something the other day that suggested that the gut is like a second brain, and that like it has
It's our
like
first brain.
I think yeah, it has like 500
It's our
million
first brain.
like
It's not the second one. When people start seeing what the brain actually is, they'll understand what I'm trying to say. The brain doesn't do that. When we store
the mind, you're kind
memories,
of
our
breaking up.
thoughts, and ours. Sorry,
Is she breaking up
I
for
don't know
anyone
what.
else?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
okay,
right.
you're good now. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm fine now.
Yeah, just repeat what you were saying because you're kind of cutting out a bit.
Okay.
Oh, now we completely lost her.
Oh, damn.
As a materialist, what kind of theory of truth do you ascribe to, like a coherence or correspondence theory or something else?
Me?
Well, Steve.
I'm not. Oh, sorry.
No, that's good, mate. You go ahead and hit me with that 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, I got a telephone call and it kicked me off.
Oh,
I haven't even started drinking alcohol yet. It's still too early in the day.
It's 5
But
o'clock
JE,
somewhere, or so they say.
Do you have an answer, JE?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, go ahead, Steve. I don't know.
No. I'll take you on. No, that's as a material. So correspondence, or what was the other one you mentioned? Because there's 3 of them, isn't there?
Coherence.
Coherence, yeah. I don't even think there's such a thing as truth per se. I focus more on getting away from error than going towards a truth. And I think like there's I think whatever worldview you might adopt, you're gonna have blind spots. So I accept that being a materialist, I assume it has blind spots, although my feeling is I don't see how it could. I don't know if that makes sense. It's kind of a way to keep myself in check. But yeah, I truth is not something I concern myself with as much as moving away from error. Have I avoided the question, or is that satisfactory?
That's.
You gave me food for thought. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I think that's the definition that you use, Steve. I think that's basically I think that's one of the what do you call it? Like the rules, I guess, of a scientific method is that it's not about finding truth. It's about just removing all error and all. It's more about trying to falsify. Sorry, not falsify, but get rid of false beliefs and get I guess try to falsify anything that's false rather than trying to get the truth because truth isn't really something that's really accessible. But what's a better thing to do? I think according to scientists is to just get rid of any false beliefs or any errors in your beliefs. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean the way I read, like if someone has a hypothesis, they set out to disprove it. And I think it's more productive to disprove something than it is to say something is true. I'm a big fan of eliminating error. Basically, that's that's kind of how I navigate. I don't know. I don't know how far to dig this hole for myself. But yeah, that's basically my way of doing it. Like for example, when it comes to systems of logic, this is why I'm constantly on people's cases to syllogize their arguments, because that's how you find error in what they say. Someone might have a conclusion that could be true, or could be correct. But even correct, so maybe that's correspondence. I don't know, because it's correct according
Because
to the
there's also
premises.
a deflationary theory that truth is kind of meaningless. But I don't know. I got to wrestle with that because, yeah, like when you have an argument, are you looking at, well, when you say correct or true, just like how does that cash out?
I think I probably made a mistake there. See, made an error. Correct and true aren't necessarily the same thing. Like you could have a sound deductive syllogism which is correct, but it might not be true.
Mm.
So it's I don't know. Truth
One
can
also
be.
has to remember, excuse me.
You go
Go ahead.
mate.
One also has to remember too that each one of us being individuals all have different experiences and all have different truths that we have created for ourselves. Everyone here in the group happens to be an adult, so they've gotten rid of some old beliefs that they used to believe in and grown into new ones and created new ones for themselves. I have this saying that I say. It's called just be, let go, allow, and heal. If you take those steps, break them down. Just be what? Just be Hazel May Bouchard. Why? Because that's why you're here. Let go of all that keeps you strapped to all the things that most people do and say and believe. That goes as far as religion, some books, TV, some people. Allow new things to come into my stratosphere so that I can learn something new, to increase my frequency so that I can be a better person. Heal. That means heal from all my past life traumas, what anyone has said that hurt my feelings, or even memories of people that I miss. Because as long as those things are prevalent, then I'm not going to be able to be open and allowing everything to come through, and that's new and different. So with those 4 things, that's how I've gotten to the point that I'm at right now, which is I believe that everything that comes out of my mouth is my truth. And if no one else does, fuck you.
Hello? Is everyone there?
Yeah, we're all here. We're just waiting for someone else to speak.
Yeah, I just heard the word "fuck you" and then everything went quiet.
Yep, I created that moment.
Wait,
I'm still
so
thinking
Hazel,
about the squeaks. I'm still thinking about the squeaks in Jay's microphone. Was picking up.
wait, are you still hearing it?
It sounded like an old-fashioned bed that were made out of metal springs.
No. I promise. It's the insects outside.
No, you're right, mate. No worries. Yeah, the whole my truth thing. Truth is just a very elusive, in my opinion. It's just an elusive category. Yeah, I'm sure there are some things we can say that are, but yeah, I mean, but that comes back to maybe it's correspondence. Like what? Like everything is relative to something else. We only know everything in the sense that it's relative to something else. Like for example, colors. White is white, or green is green relative to red. But if everything was green, would we see it? I don't know. Yeah. I'm probably just wanking on about something that's irrelevant there, but yeah.
When you come from your heart instead of your head, you have a whole different way of life. Try it for like a day and see what happens. Where you don't filter anything through your brain, you're filtering it through your heart. I'm telling you, if you don't have at least 3 magic moments in that whole day, I don't know.
Why knock down the brain?
Because it has nothing to do with why we're here. It's an apparatus to keep us stuck to all the things that are unimportant.
What if my authentic self is the brain? Like, that's what I enjoy being.
You
People have told me
overthink things big time.
Well, that maybe I enjoyed that. Like, maybe that's who I am as a person. People telling me not to be who I am, do something else, sounds invalidating to me.
No, I'm just saying do things differently for a day, and then you'll be able to understand how other people, such as intuition or whatever, comes through to other people. Because we don't use our brain in that aspect.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, yeah.
I mean, I've tried things coming from just my brain aspect, and so, yeah, there it is. Done that. So I just tried something different and come up with what I've got.
I don't think I'm healing. I'm getting used to the damage.
Becoming comfortable in my discomfort.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys don't look that old. Maybe those are old pictures.
Especially Marcus's one.
Yeah. 17th century. I don't even know when it was made. That's a piece of art. French artist. I forgot his name.
I think it's just I think you can get into a lot of knots if you try and seek what's true. I think because then you have to start reinforcing your biases, your priors, confirmation bias, all that kind of stuff. I think it's important to let go of those kinds of things and don't leaning into truth. I mean, so many, when I think about, like, for example, religion, people believe they have the truth, and that's just never worked well for me. It's never clicked with me.
How do you feel being a minority of this experience? So I know in the atheist world, it's like, rationalists and the whatever they called them, there was this term, like free thinkers and blah blah blah. So yeah, I mean I'm an atheist, but at the same time we're a minority. We're of the world population. The world population has a different experiential knowledge of the world, or a different perspective of the world. Not only that, but when you get into how you view values and ethics and stuff like that, it becomes even more of a minority. Then you get into meta ethics and so forth. Does it feel, well, I don't know. What do you think of that?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, the people who are close to me share similar views. Not always identical, but similar enough that we kind of, there's enough overlap there. People I know, look, I mean, there's people I know as well who don't share those views, so that's fine. We get on all right. And it depends probably on the environment. Like, is it professional or personal? You like, I'm not going to go into a client meeting and kick off and go, okay, today I don't care about truth. All I want to do, that's just not going to fly. But being a minority, I don't feel it. I just don't care, I guess. And if you want to go back to the black sheep thing, that's kind of, I've always been that guy, a minority in an environment. So I guess I'm kind of accustomed to it. Whether whether or not that's dysfunction or function, I'm yet to really come to a conclusion on that. But yeah, I've got no problem being a minority.
Okay.
Except I would say, if I was to look at the way the world's going, at least the way I can see it going, if Islam becomes more prevalent, it could become more dangerous to be this kind of minority.
I guess it depends on the type of Islam.
Yeah, there's that. Exactly. That's exactly part of it.
Okay, hypothetically, let's make pretend for a moment.
I'll take choice A. My intuition has told me A.
What would happen if you guys did figure out that you were from another planet, not here from the Earth, and you were sent down here to be the super brains that you are, and because that you hold knowledge from the other side that you're not sharing down here, because you refuse to tap into that other side of you?
Well, first of all, if I had the inclination to believe that I was from another planet, I would want to test that. But then again, my state of mind might not be inclined to do that. So that's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, again, if someone says I've come from another planet, yeah, my first question is going to be what I asked you. How do you know that? How can I verify that without...
You would be able to verify that through facts that were said that they would resonate with you.
But not necessarily. I mean, horoscopes.
Oh yes, beyond a reasonable doubt. When you know the truth in your heart, mind, and soul, man, it happens, and you know it. So you probably were someone wicked, spectacular over there. Came down here with all this knowledge, and now it's just rattling around, and you haven't really had an outlet for it. And then maybe it'll start opening up, and boom, next thing you know, you find out you were like some sort of, well, we're all gods, so we don't have to worry about that. But you probably were just someone who had the book of knowledge, or you probably worked in the Akashic records somewhere, and you have all this knowledge, and you're down here, and you're supposed to help one little piece of what people don't understand is, because we are who we are, it could be one little teeny tiny thing that we do, and it can help shift the whole thing. And because some people know what that is and some people don't, that's what causes the situations to be the way they are. But how do we know? We don't know that maybe that was the case. This is the thing that I'm working on now. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting real tired of not knowing stuff. So what I'm working on now is trying to hone the skills past my body and to get more messages for others. Now, I already do that quite a lot, but I want specifics. I want facts. I want something that when I say something to someone, it resonates with them, and they know that there's no one who would know that unless I was tapping into an aspect of who you were.
But why do you need that? What is it about resonating with other people that's important to you?
Because there's so many people like you out there that don't believe that
Like
aspect
me.
is also
like
an
me.
aspect of who they are.
But what I mean, yeah, like me.
Well, because when you say prove it or tell me what that, and you start questioning all that, you actually have the answers, but you're asking me. And I know that you have every answer you've ever wanted or needed, because you and your whole self, being who you are, have all the facts. You just, because you're so tapped into what you're tapped at, you have to remember, I don't know you, sir, okay? So I'm trying to be respectful, and I'm also trying to have you understand to a point where I'm trying to explain it in a way, but because of how you've created your life and whatever boundaries you've set, whatever things you either like or dislike, or you enjoy hearing or not enjoy hearing, or what have healed and what isn't healed, is why you're who you are. And when you expand yourself past those boundaries that you've not even sometimes known that you've created, that's when you find an aspect of yourself that's a little bit more interesting, and it just enhances your life. I'm not saying you have to dump out all the stuff that you used to know, but it just enhances what you've known up to this point. And you know that it's an enhancement because you feel it in every bone of your body. And I just want to be able to share aspects of people so that they can expand who they are and understand themselves a little more. That's all I want. I mean, I don't want to ever be able to tap into people's information that, I don't need to tap into. And I would always ask permission. There's not a lot of people who do that. But when you ask permission, you get the answers. Like my higher self can talk to your higher self. And all I have to do is ask my higher self to ask your higher self if I can have permission to talk to them. And they will say yes. Why?
What's a higher self?
It's you in your higher mind.
What's a higher mind?
Higher physical body, higher energy system. Your guides, helpers, healers, and teachers. I'm not sure if you believe in that or know that about that, but you have people that come down, not people. You have energy that's around you since you were a child, and that's usually what they would consider a guide, helper, healer, or a teacher. And when my guides, helpers, healers, and teachers are here, I can ask permission to talk to yours. And because they know that I'm not, adversarial and would never ever hurt another being, then they may give me permission by asking you if they have permission. And then I could say something, or like, I'm a holistic healer, a practitioner, and I can heal people from a distance. How do I do that? I don't do it. I'm a conduit of the energy that comes down through me to help heal the other person. That's all that is. Everyone has that gift as well, but they don't know it, so they don't use it.
I'm just really sorry. None of that makes sense to me. I'm sorry.
It doesn't have to. You're on your own path. I'm not here to convince you.
Okay.
What is your path?
I have a very diverse path. I know I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to be me and not follow the crowd. I'm meant to lift the vibration of where I'm at every given moment. You have to remember, in my whole lifetime, I've never been drunk a day in my life. I don't do drugs, never done drugs.
You've never had a drink?
I did inhale when I was in, I think it was junior year in high school, because my friends who were graduating the next year convinced me that it was something we probably should do and get it over with, because they knew that when I was going to leave high school, I would never smoke again. So they convinced me to smoke one time, and I did.
What did you smoke?
Weed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've never smoked cigarettes either. Even though now I feel like it'd probably be a good idea as long as they were organic.
Really?
Yeah, why not? As long as it's organic tobacco. And you're like,
still.
tobacco is very good for you. Dr. Ardis, Ardis. Look him up.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Original tobacco, organic tobacco with no additives, nothing from, what's his name? R.J. Reynolds. Organic tobacco is very good for you.
Very good for you?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a health supplement?
Just like a leisure thing.
Well, you have something to do. You can look up Dr. Ardis and he'll give you his side of the story.
How do you spell his name?
Okay, so I had inflammation in my left knee because of a surgery I had, and it wasn't going down. He said that put some nicotine patches on there and it might come down. I did. I put 2 nicotine patches on my knee and the swelling went down.
Yeah, nicotine's not the same as tobacco.
Tobacco has
how do you spell this Dr. Ardis? What's his spelling of his name?
ARDIS.
Thank you. Nicotine's not tobacco. That's not how it works.
Well, I can't tape tobacco to my knee. That's not going to work.
But your claim was that tobacco was good for your
Tobacco
body.
is very good for you, according to Dr. Ardis.
Yeah, okay. But then you said that he recommended nicotine
And
patches.
I put on a nicotine patch because it has tobacco and nicotine in it, obviously, and I stuck it on my knee.
Tobacco and nicotine are not the same thing. Do you get that?
No, they're not the same exact thing. No, they're not. I know that for sure.
Nicotine's in vegetables like eggplant and potatoes and all that kind of stuff. It's not just a tobacco thing.
Yeah, tobacco is a leaf that they grow.
Yeah, and someone said in chat that they use it in like native spiritual stuff.
Yeah, when you're a Native American, you give tobacco to the earth to say thank you.
Went to
Now,
sweat.
Wasn't it Walter Raleigh who brought cigarettes or brought tobacco back from America, right, to the UK, I believe, and I think he brought the potato back as well. Someone can fact check me.
I believe you.
I believe you. I don't need fact checking.
YouTube's enough.
How would I fact check anyway?
This
What?
video is on
Trust
YouTube.
the internet? What?
Hopefully proves it's true.
Yeah, you can't use Google. That doesn't even tell you the truth anymore.
I can't use ChatGPT to fact check. What can I do to fact check? Yeah, I might as well,
You know in your gut whether he's right or wrong because you know him.
Okay, he's wrong.
No, he's right.
Bastard.
And that's kind of the core of the problem, isn't it? If one person says he's wrong and one person says he's right, we need some external way to be able to demonstrate or to either find out that one of those two people are correct or one of them is wrong.
What difference does it freaking make? Think about it. I'm from planet Z and you're from planet A. What difference does it make? We both decided that we wanted to coexist in a chat. I honor you for where you are on planet A, and you, I don't know what you think about me. I don't care. So, I mean,
I think you're cool. I've got nothing personal against you. I'm just.
Yeah, I think you are too, or else I wouldn't be engaging with you. But I mean, it's okay for us all to be who we are. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. It is perfectly okay for me to have to park my car in a certain freaking spot or I go ballistic in my own physical body. I mean, I don't scream or anything, but it's like, I don't know. I just have this certain way I park my car and it has to be in that spot or else I crumble. I don't know what it is. There are certain sounds I cannot stand.
I fact checked myself. Actually, it was the Spanish that brought it back.
Nope,
to
you're wrong.
Europe. Yeah, Spanish brought it.
The first thing you said was correct. I think you fact checked with someone else, so you had a doubt, and the devil told you something different.
Exactly.
There you go.
This has just become a channel where all the black sheeps hang out.
You have no idea.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't even believe some of the stories. Phew.
Actually, that's not true. I've seen some weirder corners of the internet, so I think.
I don't go to the dark web.
Well, I mean, I'm part of like the pessimism stuff, and then there's like a doomer side of the pessimism stuff, and I think they're on another level. And then it started to mesh in with the.
Tell us about. Are you talking about environmental doomers or just doomers on life, kind of in general?
Both.
Okay.
I don't think I would enjoy that channel. I mean, I should experience it, I guess. So I may indulge at one point. Like I didn't know anything about the chat that you were doing, Brother Marcus, but I
I was embarrassed by that. You were like, I was happy you were there, but the stuff that I cover is very.
I was happy to support you because I feel that, you know, if I'm going to engage with you guys, I want to support what you're doing and what you're thinking, and I want to understand you more. That's why
you're gonna live to regret that.
Probably, but you know, hey, it's just one other aspect of stuff that I'm not in full understanding of, and it's
I
only
know, but
because those
probably a
things
good thing.
don't have any interest to me. But I was there, and I can say that there were some things that I had never heard before, but I did not enjoy it. But I'm glad that Chickpea got adjusted real quick.
Yeah, I'm glad Chickpea adjusted, but that's why I feel embarrassed by my channel sometimes, because I'm like, I don't want new people to see what I'm covering. I know I have my own little thing, but it's like mostly for people who are in the know. But then I know new people show up, and I'm like, oh God, look away. I feel
That's actually a good thing. I wonder if YouTube could make like a thing where if you're doing a live stream or something, it was just to subscribers, for example, or something like that. That would be a good little feature, actually.
They do that.
Do they?
Yes.
Only subscribers can see it.
Yes, sir. And people who are members.
I think it's members only.
The members thing. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
I got you. Okay.
They have certain content that the rest of us don't get.
I think I've kind of.
But who are we talking about?
I don't know.
Like DNW could have a channel. He could have a channel with just the membership that support his group, and the rest of us peons that don't contribute wouldn't be able to engage in it. See, one thing I can be truthful and honest about is I don't support anyone on YouTube. No matter what platform they have.
Your viewership is support.
Yeah, I guess she means financially.
Yeah.
Yes, financially, I'm talking. And if you knew what I was trying to support here, you'd understand.
Yeah, the medvac stuff, right?
I'm talking about the house and the property and so forth.
Right. Yeah.
I'm here doing it by myself.
I think you have horses, right?
And not anymore. And then I have my tax bill is crazy.
Yeah.
But isn't Trump gonna lower the taxes for working class or something?
Well, let's just say in my sleepy little town of a little over 3,000 people, I pay the most taxes in the town of Benton than most people around me.
Damn.
And it's because of how much property I do have and how much it's all intact, and I will not allow anyone to build or fish or hunt on it. It's all been signed so that they don't do that stuff. Because eventually, when I'm no longer here, my property is going to be an animal and bird sanctuary, forever wild.
That's nice.
And that's based upon our Uncle Percival Baxter, who was one of the governors of the state of Maine, gave Baxter State Park to the state of Maine. He was forever wild, and that's our way of sharing his legacy in our lifetime and giving his legacy honor by continuing that.
Awesome.
So when I'm no longer here, this will be an animal and bird sanctuary. No one to hunt or fish on it. There are 4 different waterways here. There's brooks, creeks, ponds, and rivers. And we have once over the river, we have eagle's nests, and they're protected by our property, not allowing people to go down there and destroy or to disrupt them, especially certain times of the year when they're having their chicks, because people wanted us to give them permission to do that. And I was like, excuse me? Eagles, you don't do that. No.
Yeah, yeah. Hunting really is a really, really disgusting hobby that a lot of people have. And it really, really sickens me that they take so much joy out of killing these beautiful, creatures. It's disgusting.
I went up on top of the hill in my opening where I usually see spaceships, and I looked up and there were 13 eagles overhead circling. And I counted every one of them. There were 13 there. And I
Really?
don't know, I just started to cry. I didn't know what else to do. I was just overwhelmed with them. That was mind blowing.
GE,
And they were just circling in a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
isn't hunting better than a slaughterhouse?
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, here in Maine, that's what they do. If they want something, they hunt for it. There's a certain portion of the season, and they hunt. And guess what? They just got done like I can't even walk my property even on a Sunday now, because not now because they don't have hunting season now in this moment, but on a Sunday during hunting season, I can't walk my property for fear that I might get shot. And it doesn't matter how much orange I've got on. We used to have to put orange on our dog because he would run around and we would get scared he was going to get shot. So we wouldn't let him go up there on top of the hill very much because we didn't know if someone was stupid out there just shooting at whatever they saw that was moving.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I feel like there's been an increase in these sort of incidents happening in the news where like someone will end up getting shot and killed or seriously injured because they're mistaken for an animal.
Yeah, it's scary. And when I go up there, I don't carry a gun. I have many rifles and many handguns, but I don't carry them because I'm on my own property, and I wouldn't think I'd have to, especially if the property's been posted. But one guy came, and he was on the riverside of my property, and he didn't ask permission. So I had permission, because he didn't ask permission, to have his car hauled away. So I called the guy who was going to come haul the car away. And just before the car got hauled, the guy came up out of the hole.
Wow.
I call it the hole because it's extremely steep portion of where he was coming up and down. And I'm not sure why he opted to do that when probably about 3,000 feet down, he could have walked down there with no issues. But he came up my side of the property, which was very, very steep. And I said to him, "Sir, did you ask permission to be on this property?" And he said, "No." And I says, "Well, gee, give me your address." He said, "What?" I said, "Give me your address." He goes, "Why?" I says, "I want to go over on your property." He goes, "I don't want you on my property." I said, "See?" I said, "This is my property, and I don't want you here." I said, "Had you asked, I probably would have given you permission. But since you didn't ask, I'm going to cop you an attitude." I says, "Do you realize how close you were to having your car hauled away?" And he goes, "No way." I says, "Yes, sir. You're on my property. I can haul your car away." He never came back. And there's nothing worse than an ignorant man with a gun.
Just shoot him. My dad had a sign at the front of his house, and it said, "The occupant is fully armed with a loaded shotgun 3 out of the 7 days of a week." How lucky do you feel?
Oh, I like the sign. I might have to engage with that. I don't want to walk around here with a gun all the time because
another bit of advice: if you've got people in your house, what you do is you shoot the guy, and then you shoot a hole in the roof, and then you tell the cops that you shot a rolling shot.
Well, there is a Jan plan. If anyone wants to break in here, they will encounter a handgun because I have one right here beside me. And I just got done restoring this house, so I refuse to shoot a handgun into the wall because it just got done being done. So I would hit a window. Even though the windows are $100 a pane, I would do it. But I warn them ahead of time. I say, I am armed, and if you come any further, I will shoot you. And if I still feel that they're still trying to come in, I will engage the gun out through the window, and they'll know I'm serious because I've got a 45 and I'm a dead shot. And that's the other thing. I know that I've been here before. I lived in the 1800s and I was a Civil War soldier. And I've actually lived in this house before. I was a man then. I had a horse. I was romping around the fields, and he didn't jump over the barbed wire fence, and he got caught. And I had to shoot him in that lifetime. And that was my pride and joy. It was my companion, my friend, my buddy, my secret storyteller person. And when I came on this property the first time, I looked at Clint and I said, I've been here before. And he said, no, I don't think so. And I says, oh, yes, I have. I says, I was here. And I said, and my gun and my sword are in the room to the left-hand side. And I said, and I also have the little leather packet where my bullets were, my little round bullets. Well, they didn't call them bullets back then. I forgot what they're called now because I had a musket. Yeah, I had a musket. So they're little round balls, about the size of a dime or a nickel. Anyways, he looked at me and he almost fell out of his seat. He goes, how do you know about that room? I go, I don't know anything about the room. I've never been in your house since you've owned it. And he said, well, I got to show you something. And he brings me into that room, and that room was still the same exact room that I was in when I was a man and I owned this house. I almost fell through the floor. And I actually, the Historical Society got a little miffed at me because I asked them, I says, hey, how can we get this house historical? And they said, why? I says, because I'm tired of strangers coming up the driveway thinking they can just come into my historical house anytime they want to because it's on the historical list. I said, I didn't sign the paperwork. The people back in 1980s, Clint's parents signed the paperwork. I am the new owner and I don't want it on the historical list. And she goes, oh, no, you wouldn't do anything to make it unhistorical, would you? And I said, well, it's my home. I can do what I choose. Well, the home is still historical, but I have since then taken every item out of both of those front rooms that made it like a little mini museum from the 1800s. And I got rid of all of that stuff. And the reason why was because it was keeping me stuck to my past, wasn't making me move forward. And if you knew, I don't know, this property is magical. It's not like anyone else's, and it's paid for. So why would I move anywhere else? But I had to get rid of the memories that were keeping me stuck. So that's what I did. So it's still a historical building, but there's nothing to verify the insides that it's historical. It's just the history that's connected to it. The man who built the house was a very famous ship captain, and he built the house. Every paint and every wallpaper and every floor is all like it would be if you were on a ship. Because I went to go, when I went to go restore the house, I couldn't find any paint chips to match. Didn't make any sense. I'm like, this is paint. All of a sudden, I had a brainstorm. I said, hello, Hazel. He was a shipbuilder. What would make you think he wouldn't paint it with ship paint?
Take care to
Wait,
you folks.
oh yeah, see you, Steve. Have a good day. Um, so,
In this house
what was
in the
the name of?
1800s. When you walk in, it's like a blast from the past.
So, what was the name of the man?
It's so much fun being here.
What was the name of the man that you were born as in the 1800s? And were you able to
Yes.
like go back and verify that, like through with the historical like record books at the time?
Okay, well, in this lifetime, I'm still living on the same property. I hurt my left knee like the man did when he fell off his horse, like I did when I fell off my horse back in that lifetime. So, and that's how come we figured out that piece of the puzzle. Because,
So it's like you still have like a scar or something from
oh
him?
yes, oh yes. I've had to have 5 knee surgeries in order to make the correction.
Wow.
Yep.
Damn, that must have been a really serious fall.
It was. And in that lifetime, I had to shoot my horse. This time I didn't have to. This time I didn't have to. Because I wasn't on a horse when I injured it. I fell off the back of the truck. A bale of hay shifted and threw me off the back of the truck. And I laid there for 3 hours because no one knew it.
Yikes.
So that set the trauma in the knee. Then I went down to Boston to have it righted around. And the guy who did it was a quack and didn't have any idea what he was doing. So it wasn't even straight. And I'm probably I range anywhere from 110 to 120 pounds, depending on what the season is. He put a plate in my leg big enough for a 300-pound man. So when I went to go walk, I'd have to try to lift the leg, kind of bring it out and around, and then make the step forward. So when I approached him again, I says, this isn't working out. I don't know what you've got in there, but I can't even lift my leg. So they said, well, and I says, and I'm getting to the point where I can't bend the knee. He says, well, we'll put you in surgery and we'll manually manipulate your knee so it works. I'm like, oh, it sounds like I'll be under anyways. I don't care what you do. He broke it again. And I didn't know it. So I walked around with it for 2 years with it broken. And the plate that he had put in, that 300-pound plate, was still in there. And so then I said, well, maybe my body doesn't like all this plates and screws and stuff. Because he had put in a plate and 21 screws. So I went to the head of the trauma unit at Mass General. And he said, we'll take everything out for you. And I said, okay. So he gets in there. He sees that I have an oversized plate and 21 screws, and he thought that was overkill. And because I'd walked around with it for 2 years with it broken, he had to replate it to reset it straight. And he put a small plate in for my size person and 12 screws. Well, my walk and follow through was perfect, and my leg is straight for the first time. We were still having issues with the knee because the quack the first time engaged the knee when he didn't have to. Because I broke the femur at the lowest point in the leg, but he went past that break point and into the knee, and he engaged my knee, and that's what caused all the problems. So that meant I had to have a surgery to be opened up and take the old plate out, new screws, new plate in. And he says to me, I have good news and bad news. And I says, well, you may as well give me the bad news first. And I says, well, I know what the good news is. And he says, what is it? I says, my knee is straight for the first time. My leg is straight for the first time in probably like 6 years. And he says, yes, the man who put your pins in and your plate in the first time, it wasn't even straight. And I says, so what's the bad news? He goes, well, the plate that I had to put in is a fraction of the size that you had, and you have 12 screws, but it's there for indefinite. because you walked around on it with a broken leg, and you can't take the plate and the screws out now. So now I'm stuck with a plate and 12 screws for the rest of my life. Unless the
Damn.
healing ships land. If the healing ships land, I could be healed 100% and they'd be able to take the plates out at that point.
Do you mean as in like healing spaceships?
Correct. There's supposed to be some ships that will land eventually if the United States of America gets their shit together. And we'll be able to walk up to those ships and walk in unhealed and walk out totally healed, head to toe, inside and out, no issues at all, ever again.
When will that happen?
And anyone could do so?
Yes, so. Yep.
When can we expect that?
Well, when's the vibration going to become love?
Oh, I don't see that anytime soon.
A lot of people say that, but anything is possible, especially since we don't have. Oh, that's what I was supposed to tell you. You just reminded me. Remember we were talking about population?
Mm-hmm.
There's a man called Rod Hayes. And he is the one who shared that information with me.
Oh, okay.
In a group chat. Because I wrote the information down, but I didn't write his name. So I had to text a friend of mine who was also in the chat. And I said, was it this person or that person? And she said it was Rod. And I said, okay. So he's the one that says we only have 100 million people here. We do not have 8.2 billion. And he gave the reasons too, but I guess I didn't have the space on the paperwork to write it, why he said that, but I did see the 100 million circled. And usually I'm more thorough when I take notes like that, but there was a lot going on, I think. He was just throwing facts one right after another, and I was like finally connecting with someone who had brains between his ears.
Rod Hayes. I will look him up later.
He's an amazing man. He's a chief of Native American tribe. And he's like a walking encyclopedia. Because he was like a warrior type of person. The universe said, no, we're not using you to be a warrior. You're going to be a warrior of facts. So they made him go to the library and learn truths and keep history together and learn history from older elders. And so he's just a walking encyclopedia. And he's got a personality too, so it makes it more fun to hear him.
How did you come across him?
I'm also Native American.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm not of his tribe, but my tribe comes from just past the main border of Canada. Mi'kmaq. That's my tribe.
Have you met? Excuse me. And have you? So have you met like other relatives who are fully Native American?
Yes. There is a town up in Canada called Doucetville. Those are most of my relatives because the Doucets were my family. And then there's Bouchards up there that I'm related to. Most of the Native Americans that wanted to come down through Maine spoke French, so that covered their butt about their origins. In other words, people didn't want Native Americans coming down through Maine, but if you were French, they didn't have any problem with you coming down. So, according to my great-great-grandmother, whom I've never physically met except one time when I was 12, she used to come to the end of my bed with a headdress on and give me facts from our tribe. And I
Wait.
didn't recognize her because she had a headdress on. So I kept
Yeah, but
asking
should have
people.
been that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I kept asking people who she was because I didn't remember her that way when I knew her. And finally, I was at my aunt's house and she has a picture of her sitting right on those old fashioned televisions that have the 4 legs. Like, I guess they're from like the 50s or 60s. And I said, that's the lady that comes to the end of my bed. Who is she? She says, that's my mother. That's your great great grandmother. And I went, well, she's the one that keeps telling me facts about our tribe, our Micmac tribe. She says, really? And I said, yeah. She says, no one in the family knows they're Micmac Indian. I says, well, I do. And I'm going to tell the world because she told me to. Because my grandmother wanted me to reteach my family to stay connected to the Native American ways, because that's when we'd be more connected to the earth and be able to take care of the earth and ourselves through herbs and things like that. And so every time anybody passes away in our family and I'm at the funeral, I have to sing the Native American "They're Going Away" song. What do you call that? I don't remember.
Because a sort of a rite of passage.
Yeah, it's almost like a sending them off to heaven sort of foolishness song. That one. And
What you call it, foolishness?
no, I don't remember the name of it right now, and it's embarrassing because now it sounds like I don't even know my shit, right? I mean, but I do.
I mean, it happens sometimes. We forget things sometimes.
Yeah, it does. So, yeah. So when I was singing this song at my grandmother's grave when she passed away, I said, Grammy asked me to sing a song. She said it could be my choice. And I started to sing the song of our Native American people. And everyone was like, at the end, and I said to them, this song was a Native American Micmac Indian song. And it's our song that we send our people away when they pass. And we all need to know this song, and we need to sing it to our family when they pass away, because it's a part of who we are. And they were floored that I was trying to bring that all back. And I said, you can sit here and tell everybody you're Canadian French, but dude, you know French and you are a Micmac Indian. So you're a Micmac Canadian French person. You're not just one, you're everything. I says, and you come from the tribe of Doucetville and the Bouchard clan. Now, when I would go up to Canada, I would tell them, I'd make reservations under the name of Bouchard, and I was treated with like so much honor and respect. It wasn't funny. I never had a problem going to Canada. I loved it there. When we would do anything in the United States, if Clint and I were going anywhere in the United States, we would put the reservation underneath his name, because his name is Baxter, and everyone in the United States knows the name Baxter, so we would also be treated well because of the name. So, yeah. It's fun being me.
Wait, well, you say that you never had issues in Canada. Do you think that it may be better for you to move over here and to stay here in the U.S.?
I contemplated that after Clint passed away. And I said no, because no one else would be caretaker of this property. It's 110 acres in its original form.
Right, yeah.
Okay, I can't give that to just anybody. I have to be the caretaker.
Not even your sons?
I don't know what his motivation would be, and he's married to someone that is not level-headed. Let's just say it that way.
Oh, okay.
She drinks like a fish and pops pills, and so no, she wouldn't be. Oh man, I think I'm a little bit too attached to this piece of property, but I'm, when my time comes, I won't be. Let's just say it that way. But right now, this is where I am, and I'm not budging. and it's not a hotel. Because it's a 10-room home, and there's 4 attics, so it's a 14-room home.
Oh boy.
And everyone goes, "Why are you
Right,
bouncing
guys.
around in that great big house all by yourself?" I says, "Well, it's my home. It's paid for, and I love it here. I have no desire to be anywhere else." Dan doing something crazy again.
Is that someone at the door, Divine, in the mansion?
It's not a mansion. It's just it's a 1800 colonial home. It's not a mansion at all, and it's not even modern. I mean, it doesn't have a doorbell. It doesn't have a doorbell. It has a door knocker.
Oh, right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if the house is so big, then you're not always going to be able to hear like when someone is there, right?
Excuse me?
No, I said since the house is so large, then you wouldn't always be able to hear when someone is knocking on the door, right?
Correct. You are correct. People
We
automatically
interrupt this
think I stand
program
right
to bring
beside
you
the
an
kitchen
important
door.
announcement. We interrupt this program to bring you
Take
an
that toy
important
away from him.
announcement. We interrupt this program to bring you an important announcement.
Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Yeah, guys, I got to go to bed. I'm afraid that's the important announcement. So,
Have a good night.
I can leave this playing though in the background. I mean, I can end the show and you guys can stay here. That's what I meant. If you want to chat, but I am going to shut the live down. And yeah, if you guys want to keep chatting, that's fair enough. But yeah, thank you to anybody who's listening. There's 72 people. There's 70 people watching on Twitter apparently.
Wow.
And, yeah, but they don't interact. They don't say hello. They don't do anything. Just it's
I
really
think those are bots. If they're not saying hello, they've got to be. How can someone sit for that many hours and not say anything
I know. There's like 69 watching at the moment.
or dispute anything that's been said? Look at the diversity we had this night. This was such a wonderful chat. Everyone had, difference of opinions, and they all got along, and it was just wonderful.
Comment sections are interesting. Sometimes you could get like 100, even 300 people, and maybe 1 or 2 people comment. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is creepy.
Probably because they're cleaning house at the same time they're listening to the chat or something.
I'll
I've done
admit,
that
I do
before.
do that. I do that at times. I'm like doing chores while I listen.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't quite understand it because there's 69 people watching apparently on Twitter, right? I don't know where they're seeing it because the tweets only had 22 views. I mean, there must be some section on Twitter that you can watch live streams or something, and you don't have to.
Yeah, I think so. I think you can sometimes watch live streams on Twitter without actually logging into it.
Or without clicking on the tweet, or without clicking on the profile. I mean, it's weird because I get these views on Twitter and they don't even subscribe to my channel.
Oh,
It's very strange.
on YouTube, there's a side section that you can you look down in that line of list of things, and it says live. On there, you press the live button, and you can get a live anywhere that's going on anywhere about any subject at any given moment. So that must be what they're doing.
Maybe. If you are on Twitter, this is the Finding Gnosis show on YouTube. So you can come over to YouTube if you want to interact with us.
Well, this was an interesting subject matter too, so that might be why you've got so many people.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, listen, thank you very much for coming along. I'll just end the show. I won't bother playing the outro this time because you guys can keep chatting. So I'll just click end the stream. Okay, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.